It's a good movie to watch on a plane because it just kind of keeps going. Like the flight. Anyway, watch Mandy. Also, if you like black metal, watch Mandy. All right. Spaceballs ring scene. I wish I liked Spaceballs because then referencing it would be fun. I have this problem with Spaceballs where, like, I didn't find that movie even remotely funny. I think I just... Yeah, I don't know. Like, even on rewatches, like, there's stuff with similar humor to that I've watched. Like, I fucking love Blazing Saddles. Like, I think that Blazing Saddles is hysterical. I really like Men in Tights. But Spaceballs just missed. Like, completely for me. Deadly Dwarf. Please elaborate on what you mean by Deadly Dwarf. So, chat. Who here needs a recap from yesterday? First, we'll go through the dwarves that are in the fort. I mean, there's one or two moments with Dark Helmet going that are great, but like, the rest of that movie is just like, just a miss, a pretty hard miss. But I think that's also the beauty of those movies, like Blazing Saddles. Like it's the beauty of that type of comedy is that it's not for everybody and it won't ever be for everybody. You were stuck at work all day yesterday. All right, so yesterday. We started off with 8 dwarves. Because of the time of year that I started, it screwed up the first 2 migrant waves, so it took a little bit of time for migrants to start coming in. We completed that. We made it through. We got a migrant wave, and we got up to, I think it was 38 dwarves. And then things kind of went south. We got attacked by about 20 agitated giant wild boars. And then we went down to 18 dwarves. Now we're back up to 34. So things could have been smoother yesterday, but weren't terrible. Today we have Laya. We have Aiden Knott. We've got Contraband. We've got Moreb. We've got Steve, Stormwolf, and Seth Rogen, who is pissed off once again. And we've got Landrum. We've got Torrenstein, we've got Devoted Mortal, and we've got Tyrantos. So for those of you who don't know, this fortress is no digging, which means I cannot dig for any reason. It's a personal limitation. We also currently have a Strange Mood, which I think has already got everything it needs. The rules for this fort are simple. I'm allowed to use metal for whatever I want, but I can't dig. So in order to get it, I have to get it from other things and melt it down, which, you know, we will do, and we are working on. We do have some metal bars sitting here, and this is all stuff that I've traded for and or purchased. Same with all of these metal weapons. I've either traded for them or I've made them. We do have some tame giant wild boars down here, and if we actually look at the animals on the map at the moment, it's just a couple agitated ravens, and we named one of the giant sponges Poutine. So that's Poutine. Now, Arga, what do you mean by deadly dwarf, and what kind of dwarf would you like? Any dwarf that is deadly. I'll give you a goose. Please tell me what kind of dwarf you would like. Or just say dealer's choice. If it's dealer's choice, then it's dealer's choice. But deadly dwarf means nothing to me. All of these dwarves are hardly deadly. No beard? Okay. I'll give you a happy dwarf with no beard. Like this one. Who's currently dumping items. Not happy, but isn't pissed. She has a strong tendency towards privacy. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. She's quite polite, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she likes to brawl. She is very humble, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is quite polite, and she's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated. When she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips. She exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Hello, Q and Green Tea. Good morning. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values romance and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. And I right-click by mistake. What else do you have? You worship the god of death. You have a daughter. You don't appear to have a husband who's alive. And you arrived after and immediately saw a bunch of giant wild boars' dead bodies. At least they were just giant wild boars. You saw a dwarf recite "Savagery's lauded" at the Helmed Cakes. No, they're not zombies. They're just giant sponges. It's just Untamed Wilds. It's not... it's not worse than that. So currently we are cleaning up after the last fight. I need to get this fortress into a position of a little bit more defendability. I'm thinking about putting together a squad of like probably copper battle axes or maybe like battle axes or swords or spears or something, and getting them equipped with wooden shields or something similar weapon-wise. Leather armor as well, because that's all I've really got. And a YouTube chat, the first person to put 3 tree emojis into the YouTube chat gets to name something, a dwarf or an animal or whatever. It's like, this is an awareness test. Just gonna put those animals there that are running around randomly. I mean, yesterday it went from 8 Q and Green Tea up to 38, down to 18, back up to 8. How is your depot being reached? On foot. Traders can walk over traps. Wagons cannot walk over traps. So because we're just a hamlet and we just have like on foot traders, they just walk in. That's cheating, Elfie. So Cracker Snatcher Hardcore, what would you like to name? And what would you like to name it? I think that YouTube has more delay than Twitch chat, Elfie. So if you're watching on the Twitch stream as well, then you have an unfair advantage. Massos Fabian, the Weaver, has created Othsis Marstreth, a rope reed cape, and offers it to the stupid swamp of stumps. That seems like an item for our leader, if you ask me. I guess my broker died, hey? Wow, they did. I don't think I want a competent liar as my thing. You have some who has some appraising skills? You have some appraising skills. This doof. Right there. You want Elfie to have it? Are you sure? I mean, here. You can have the table. Elfie, what would you like? I mean, you got a table, so people can stand on you. And dance, as dwarfs do. As for the fort itself, the actual layout is pretty simple. It kind of goes up a little ways. We've got like this little shanty town slowly building up, which I think looks really cool. I can't wait for somebody to fall off of it. And then down here, I have this long bridge, which I'm working on slowly, so that I can build up this wall. And I'm slowly trying to get over to this side so that I can just have like basically an enclosed box. And occasionally I'm building clear glass tiles, which I'm slowly expanding right here. That's currently what we're doing. What, the stupid swamp of stumps? I mean, I hoped it would be fitting when I made it, right? Happiest unnamed beardlet? What? Beardless dwarf. So, happiest is relative. You're now my broker, I suppose. Elfie Bean is currently hauling an agitated giant wild boar bone tooth. Or not bone, wild boar tooth. And is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and likes to keep things practical. By the way, we are just throwing our garbage directly into the river. So we are offering our gifts to the great sponge, basically. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is curious and eager to learn, occasionally overindulges, has an active sense of humor, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, and values honesty and doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes limestone zinc and lapis lazuli, rope reed fabric, and the color bright green. Oh, would you look at that? Helms and backpacks, and I need to look at what colors are available. I haven't really looked. And the words of the fragrant orbs, and the sound of the bronze diamond, and prefers to consume squirrel and raspberry wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. It has to be like a little kid dwarf, right? And you have no family, but you worship the god of death. Everybody here worships the god of death. It's warmer than I was expecting today. I'm gonna change into shorts. There we go, that's better. I now have ventilation. With that glass floor. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's pretty like... I kind of feel like Dwarven glass is like pretty foggy. So I don't think they're necessarily seeing all of that quite literally when it comes to... Okay, when it comes to fear of heights. Actually, the way to do this would be that, followed by that. No, I mean, like, even the original settlers had that. I think it might just be the faction, quite literally. Just the faction. Which in and of itself is kind of interesting. But, I mean, how many across is that? That's 10 across. So, that's what? Apple? I'm also, like, you know, slowly expanding all of this and trying to build out what I would describe as a functional fortress, which is not that easy in this particular here map. What are the red workshops made from? Copper, and then bauxite and copper. Because these need to be lava safe, and my options for lava safe materials are very few, and or not. They need to be a metal, or they need to be lava safe or stone, and my options are very, very limited. So I'm just going with what I got. It's like copper and bauxite. I actually like the bauxite one more. I think bauxite's a better color for those things, but you like bauxite workshops? Yeah. This feels like Minecraft skyblocks with all the fog. Yeah, kind of. It's just more like Dwarf Fortress cliff face, but... Actually, is this in line? Ooh. Let's get rid of 2 of those. Then all this can get cherry wood across to here. Because this would fall right now without anything supporting it underneath. But I can then extend this once these next two get done. We also need more bedrooms. I think like the logic there is that dwarves don't have the technology to make aluminum, but I can tell you for a fact there's at least 2 mods that let you do that. So if you really want to be able to make bauxite into aluminum, you can absolutely do that. Just saying. Like, the dwarves have the technology, sort of. Okay. Can't build pits without getting stuck. Yeah, they can. You just have skill issues. If you're letting your dwarves get stuck in pits, then you need to rethink how you're doing your constructions. Okay, so let's go up here and see how many dwarves still need beds. Quite a few. Sergeant Moom, thank you very much for that their subscription. Check, can I get a big round of beers for our friend here, Sergeant Moom? Thank you very much for that subscription and helping keep the channel funded. Okay, so where did Alf die? I need to find that body. Because I've clearly got a corpse somewhere that needs to be recovered. I think it's in a puddle. Yes. Okay, so what I've got to do is I've got to do this. And then that and that, and then I need to go here and go, see, it's not that. I need to go wooden corkscrew, wooden pipe section. Let's just do 2 of each. Doesn't really matter what the material is. And let's do this at priority number 1, or 2 at the very least. Just double check somebody's still assigned to woodcutting. Several dwarves are, sweet. Oh, there's the ghost. Checks out.
Obligatory. I'm still alive and watching the vlogs check-in lol.
I'm watching the vlogs check-in? I mean, hey, that's if you're watching the VODs, the vlogs, or the YouTube videos, and you haven't been around the streams a lot recently, it's all good, man. That's what the YouTube channel's there for. It is still nice to know, though. I mean, every now and again, I don't see somebody who's been around the streams a lot for a long time, and then who disappears for, like, a year or two, and I'm like, man, I missed them. And then they show up in the chat, and they're like, hi, long time. And I'm like, holy shit, it's been forever. Where have you been? And they're like, I've never really left. I was just watching the YouTube videos. It's like, oh, well. Well, why did you just say so? But regardless, it's good to see you. Glad you're still around, mate. Checking to get another round of beers for that. Appreciate you. Cause of death, drowning. I mean, it was giant wild hogs is what did it. You know, actually, I'm not gonna lie. Someone should make a Dwarf Fortress Skyblock mod. You'd have to, like, change how traders appeared. And you'd have to get rid of... Or, like, you just have to have, like, cave-ins disabled. But someone should make that. We'll just make them defy gravity. I don't know how you do that, but... Traders raining from the sky. Like, flying goblins. I would play that. It's more of a pond ghost, but that's the ghost I'm trying to get rid of, actually. Oh, are we not brewing? We are not. Let's just repeat this monthly. If drinks are less than 50. If drinks are less than 50. Yeah, I don't know. I would do a run of that. Like a Dwarf Fortress Skyblock. Because like I know that you can make weird sky maps already. Doing like Bizarro World like world gen stuff. I think these dwarfs need to pray, frankly. I think you're the one building this? Yeah, looks like it. After seeing Alf's dead body, rough day, man. Yeah, I guess you'd probably have to start with a depot. That would be cool. OD playtests. Like, I don't know. There's very few, like, Dwarf Fortress mods that I would actually be interested in. I would play a total overhaul mod that, like, does that. You need a depot. There's no stone duping? That wouldn't be hard to mod in. Stone duping, like the ability to make boulders, wouldn't be, well, if, say, one of the blocks had a flow of lava and one of the blocks had a flow of water, you could do it. You could do it. You could build, like, an obsidian manufacturing plant. You could also provide clay. Like, all you need really is, like, one tile of clay. You could do that. Like, you could absolutely make that work. Let's get this body out of here. There is also that one mod. Oh, geez. I can't remember the name of it. I would never use it in the vanilla game because it just feels silly. But if you dig all the way down to the way it works is it's kind of like the drill mod for RimWorld, but I think it's been around for much longer than that mod, where you dig down all the way to the deepest possible level and you place it on semi-molten rock and it just kind of looks like a forge and it just extracts random materials periodically. You could use something like that, but I think that clay and obsidian would be more interesting, personally. There you go. So the body's been pulled over to here now. Let's wait until somebody comes and gets it. Shouldn't take too long. It's more than shallow enough for dwarves to walk around in now. And roofing over a volcano? Not really. Well, I mean, the same sort of danger as, like, being above ground. But not in particular. Okay, so all those body bits are out of there now. We can worry about that later. All right, so now that that's done, I need to get a military, like, stat. So let's go through some dwarves, and because we just had a big migrant wave at the very end of the last stream. Let's just find some dwarves that would do okay in the military, just from description. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, wants to be around family and friends, dreams of creating a great work of art. You are a military dwarf. You want to fight. Doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Now, why do you have a bunch of skills related to fighting? I think I'm going to throw you into the Marksdorf squad. Just because you have skills, so you can help the rest of us learn. Elfie wants to master his skill. Competition is wasteful and silly. Doesn't really value merrymaking. In terms of mastering a skill. Put Elfie into this squad. Give you an axe. They're probably going to be off duty most of the time, but this dwarf wants martial training and wants to learn something. Dreams of raising a family, finds introspection unimportant. Disdaining even minor modesties and appearance. He's in a constant state of internal rage. Doesn't seek out excitement. He can handle stress. Okay, well. Throwing all of my surgeons into here. Look at this. Martial training or novice marks dwarf. Aiden not. Dreams of raising a family. Respects the development of a skill. Is sometimes cruel. Ooh. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He doesn't seek out excitement. He tends to consider what others think of him. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he's troubling. He isn't particularly curious about the world. Yeah, you can have it. Okay, so let's just get both of these squads training for now. And let's see what they end up equipping. I think I need to make... I think I'm going to make wooden shields. Whoops. Oh, phew. I was going to say. Why did somebody else die? No, it was just the ghost being laid to rest, which is good. Rest in peace, elf. Sand is not considered mining. So mining, to me, is using any of these tools with the exception of this one, which is needed for deconstructing stuff. So I'm not allowed to channel, I'm not allowed to ramp, I'm not allowed to dig a stairwell, and I'm not allowed to dig. But I don't need to mine to gather this sand because it's on an exposed wall, so we are collecting sand along this wall. Also, I'm going to... Make some green glass discs here. That's something I'm going to start doing. Is there a dwarf available? Plenty. What kind of dwarf would you like? Green tea? Almost everyone had, one fort I had, almost everyone with martial skills hated combat. I mean, that's like just realistic. Marlon Buff, thanks for the 34th month. Welcome back, mate. Thank you so much, seriously, for sticking around. Appreciate you greatly. What's up, Susie? Did you survive that? No, you didn't. There was a calamity at the end of the last stream, and you didn't survive, unfortunately, Susie. Just sorry to be the bearer of bad news. You got slaughtered in the Rainbow 6 siege. There was more than 6 of them, but yeah. So most of them have axes. I'm gonna go wooden shield. Let's make 10 of them, but let's make them all out of one material. Let's make them all out of willow. Let's also do wooden... Yeah, I think we'll call it at that for the moment. You know you didn't survive because you weren't even in yet. Fair enough, hand of fate. Yeah, that's a fair assumption. This is one of those forts where I'm really sad that I can't make soap into buildings anymore. Like, it's truly a bummer. Like, kind of genuinely, truly a bummer. Are you... Let's just process plants. Rope reeds. It's interesting that you can specify rope reed now. So like if I go process plants, I can now say process rope reeds and just say check monthly if there's more than 5 rope reeds available. But I just told them to do it, so they're just gonna go make all of those rope reeds, but soap and charcoal both used to be considered, that's why they're like in the bars and blocks section. They used to be considered buildable materials, so I've made fortresses out of soap before. Yeah. Laya also seems to... Dwarf seems interesting. Yeah, I'm going to throw Laya. Well, actually, aren't you in a different squad? Yeah, you are. You're in the Marksdorf squad. I need these ones to stay on ready. But Laya... Yeah, you do have stuff equipped. And am I brewing drink? Yes, I am. We're making whip wine from the looks of things. And I'm actually going to make a still. This is going to be a little silly after a while, by the way, but I'm going to do it anyway. This up here is going to be a still. And I'm going to make you out of almond wood, which is a material I'm starting to really like after building in this fort for a bit. And I'm going to actually make this into a bit more of a logical shaped space by doing that. And then this is going to be more food storage up here. Wait, what incredible new feature? Tiny Hippo? So you're saying any non-bearded dwarf? I realize I completely like spaced on giving you a dwarf in the last 5 minutes, but if you mean any, like, it'll take me a second to find a non-pissed off one. Oh, there's one. Just adding people to the military is throwing me off here. Can you have the plotline emote over there? Last time I checked, I had the maximum number of emotes up for YouTube, but I can look and see if I can add more. The dreams... So you're the person who made the artifact at the very beginning, which is an artifact cape. She prefers a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. You'll love it here. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is very humble, prefers to present herself modestly. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and is quick to form negative views about things. She can handle stress and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She begins to talk very rapidly when she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork, and this dream was realized. She dislikes cooperation and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. She likes bismuth, billin, alexandrite, tapir, leather, and giant harp seal. Giant harp seal tooth, specifically. Giant cardinal and parchment, battle axes, and flasks, and when possible prefers to consume blue peafowl and banana beer and dwarven sugar, and absolutely hates cave spiders. I think I should throw this dwarf from the military. You're married to Ast, who's a siege operator. And I need to check. Am I just out of quivers? What's the issue here? Do you have a crossbow equipped? Oh, it's strapped to your body. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure they'll all love it here. Oh yeah, no, there's no spiders, that's for sure. Certainly no cave spiders. Does that mean no glass? So I mentioned this earlier, and I was showing this off earlier, but one of the reasons I like to settle on big canyons in no digging fort is you do end up with a lot of exposed walls. I was hoping for clay, but I went with this one because it has exposed sand. So because sand can be harvested from walls, it doesn't matter. So this is enough to harvest sand. And right here, I just queued up, these jobs to make serrated green glass discs. Magma crabs aren't that bad, Snatcher in YouTube chat, specifically because magma crabs have a very limited amount of ammunition. I know that sounds silly when you say it like that, but It's kind of true. Like, they will fire out 2 or 3 globs of magma blurb, and then after that, that's it. That's all they got. So once they run out of ammo, they're kind of a non-concern, really. But yeah, when they're still loaded, they're a bit of a threat. But I've never really found magma crabs to be too scary. They're only scary if like you're really close to a lava flow where they can refill. To set up the clothing industry? No. I mean, I'm using rope reed. Rope reed cloth, which is an above ground cloth. I mean, I could use sheep if I wanted to. I could also use leather. But what makes you feel that I need sheep? Because that's kind of decidedly not true. These were bedrooms that I was working on in the last stream, so I'll expand on these. Get all these given away. Given away now. We're also going to need more bedrooms because the last migrant wave was kind of huge, actually. We got like 20-something dwarves. There's lots of clothing stuff that's growable above ground, yeah. There's also lots of animals that are shearable that aren't sheep. So you actually kind of have a lot of options for that sort of thing. I'm just going to make a stockpile over here for, let's say, cloth. Yeah, we'll just say everything. I'm not going to be too picky about dyed and undyed this time around. I will set up a dyer shop pretty soon, though. I'm also going to need to, like, maybe expand this space a little bit here. I may try and get this side, or a little bit over here, into the fort as well, just so that I have somewhere to actually put my livestock. That or I'm going to need to move some more of the materials and stuff underground here. One of the two, I'm not sure which. Wonder if you're even going to be able to reach those, because those are probably what you're going for. Let's go for these instead. Hope you didn't miss too much. I unpaused the game and named a few dwarves. That's about it. Also, today is the last day of the year of the CSA that I've been a part of, which is that community-supported agriculture thing that I've been doing. So, I will be ending a little bit earlier than I normally do. However, this is the last Thursday of the year where I will be ending early. So, to those of you who have been missing the longer streams on the Thursdays, there can be much rejoicing because that is now a thing of the past. Oh yeah, we got a dwarf body out of a pond. That's basically all we did. And my mayor now has or my expedition leader, I guess, now has an artifact cape. And I expanded the military ever so slightly, and they probably need to go grab some shields now. Although I may need to tell them to, yeah. Any material for shield and buckler. And I'm going to call this gear! Exclamation point. And I'm going to save and do that, and then do this. I would think that they would have made a wooden shield by this point. Okay, well, adamantine ballista arrow can go away. I guess I didn't make that. Wooden shield. I must have deleted the wrong one. Did I reassign metal? What? Oh, no, you are right. Oh, there you go. That's what I needed. Oh well, we'll get some extra wooden shields, that's fine. At least now they can learn how to use shields. I think I'm also going to check my leather. I got 13 tanned hides. Let's do leather helms. And then for gear, exclamation point. Actually, I could just get these dwarves wearing them first. Let's just go into headwear. Any material. Gear. Delete that one. Set everybody to that one. Then once we make those leather helms, they'll be able to use those. And that'll be better than nothing. Ooh, queso. For breakfast today, I had 2 German bratwurst sausages that are about that big just because they've been in my fridge for a while and I needed to eat them. And I had some toast, which I made on a frying pan because I threw out my toaster. Speaking of things that kind of stopped working after I moved. And goat cheese. Because I found a place that sells goat cheese, and in the quantity that I buy it, it's kind of cheaper than buying cream cheese. But, like, you have to buy a lot of it. So I've been buying a lot of it and freezing it. But, like, I've been buying it in, like, basically like a yogurt container like that. So it's kind of expensive, but, like, if you actually, like, look at it as like a dollar per, like, I think it's milliliters that it's in. It's like, or grams that it's in. It's cheaper to buy that than buy cream cheese. That's very good. Looking forward to the Siege update, Blackfire. I think we still have a little ways to go, but hopefully we'll get some pretty consistent updates. I've heard, like, murmurings that we may see a release date in a reasonable-ish amount of time. So that's kind of exciting to me, at the very least. This is all birchen and apple. What do I currently have? Got a bunch of almond. We'll use almond for a floor. It's kind of changing up the materials because, like, to be completely honest, I'm sort of running out. Of zeal material. Let's just do that. I'll go through and erase that, erase that, erase that, and then that should be plenty. What do you mean by choco coffee? Been reluctant to press it, though. I think I ought to just bring it to simmer. Oh, you mean like mochas? Or putting chocolate in coffee? Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had chocolate in coffee. Truth be told, couldn't tell you. Although I also couldn't tell you the last time I had a hot chocolate. I don't really drink chocolate beverages much. I blame my body, but more so than my taste buds, because I did used to really like that stuff. It was tasty. Usually to give you an idea when it comes to Swedish coffee beverages, the furthest I'll go these days is a latte, and I usually just get a plain latte. So yeah, I'm kind of boring when it comes to that. No, that's not true. It equals dessert coffee. You can have good coffee and put chocolate in it. You could also have bad coffee and put chocolate in it. The quality of the chocolate does not equal the quality of the coffee, or improve the quality of the coffee. The coffee is a separate rating scale next to it. Without good coffee and without good chocolate, you can't have a good chocolate and coffee, because it's 2 separate ingredients. How's the fort? Fort's pretty good, Lanix. I think the closest thing to I had a tiramisu. Not super long ago. That's the closest thing I think I've had to a chocolate and coffee. Which I think that counts, right? I'd say that counts. Speaking of fun wood colors, these are some fun wood colors. Let's just do 25 beds again. Let's also grab these dwarves and update gear. 2 of them have helms now. Good stuff. You really miss Italian restaurants? There's one bakery here that makes a really good tiramisu, and they're not even remotely Italian. But, yeah. Being near places with a good food culture is, like, pretty crucial to, like, simple human happiness. Which also means that I'm extremely privileged. But, you know, anyway. Asterisk. I'll just use willow logs. It doesn't actually matter all that much. We'll need to put a roof on this, but I'll worry about that next. Yeah, I've had baklava too. There's a I don't think they specify what country they originate from, but there's a like a Eastern European bakery that makes baklava. There's a couple actually. I'm familiar with one that I've been to more than once, but there's several. Although I'm partial to the Dutch bakery personally. I think this will just be for drink. Yeah, we'll just do that. Drink. And then you down here. You will give items to this stockpile. I'm going to try and primarily just move everything up to here and then just remove drinks from here eventually. Because I want to get all of this out of here and turn this into a pasture. So we're just building everything slowly more and more and more vertical. I feel like mediocre tiramisu is the majority of tiramisu. Oddly enough, one of the better tiramisus I ever had was certainly not in a particularly authentic place, but my parents really like this Greek restaurant, which has a fucking killer tiramisu. Like, absolutely killer. Like, fucking banging. Like, that stuff's so good. Has no business being as good as it is. Okay, so let's just slowly work our way through all this. And they will swap over to metal stuff when and if they find it. But considering we're mostly scavenging, it's kind of the best we're going to have for a while, if I were to bet. Let's also go to, you know, one of the starting 7. How's your clothing doing? Actually, okay. Grush Dev, thank you very much for the Prime. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. I think I'm just going to make this last disc up here and then actually get rid of this task. Like, let's stop repeating it and then just collect a bunch of sand for a while. Because I actually don't know how many sandbags I have available. I've, like, moved into a part of my life now where I try not to use Uber Eats or DoorDash, because those are the two that kind of exist around here mostly. Or Skip the Dishes, I guess. But I will use Uber when I'm traveling to certain places, because some of the places my friends live are just super hard. Like, if it saves me upwards of an hour to get somewhere, I will pay the $12. But that is, like, more or less the only exemption to the rule at this point. What's up, Gaxa? When we find metal, in other words, goblins unwillingly donate it. Or I trade for it. I mean, that's where the majority of it's come from so far, is trading. Human caravan has arrived to trade, speaking of trading. And I'm going to sell those discs, because they're something. And I'm able to train up a little bit. Let's do that. And the pipe. Let's also go here and hit X. I will trade tamed interesting animals to the dwarves. But for these humans, we're gonna go with a little bit more of a just kind of what I got lying around kind of vibe. Let's also sell some of these crossbows, because why not? You know what? I'll sell the cages with seeds in them, because those are kind of annoying to de-seed. I'm gonna keep that, though. Where are you at, if I can ask, Reknork? They did it in some places in Canada, but some places more than others. And it's not even so much the difference between a taxi and, like, an Uber. It's the areas that I would catch an Uber from. If I summon an Uber, it takes a minute to arrive. If I call the cab company, it takes 30 minutes for it to arrive. It's just an efficiency thing. Like, even if the taxi would end up being cheaper, I usually just take whatever's available. Like, where I live here now, I think since moving here, I've taken 3 cabs. But I've taken the cab because, like, you walk outside of the place that you're in, and it's pelting rain or whatever, and you're like, fuck it, I don't want to walk home. And it's 1 in the morning because I was out drinking. And then you're just like, yeah, there's a cab right here. I'll just hop in the cab and go home. But it's a more of what is more close by and convenient. Hand of Fate. Honk of Fate. Okay, you want me to name a goose the Honk of Fate? Do I have a named goose? I do! I won't accidentally murder this one. The one-year-old fate of honkers is usually changes his mind, will generally agree with the prevailing view on anything. You must honk at it. And generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity by honking at it. She has a calm demeanor when she's honking at it. And she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. And it will involve a lot of honking. And finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is quick to form negative views about things because she's a goose, and she she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Honk. Orc with bow. I'm good. Yourself, mate? How's things? Pleasant if delayed? Why delayed? In Colorado, it was the airports that killed the taxis. We were all privileged enough to use personal cars or buses and light rails. In the end, yeah, I mean, like, I'm always like a little bit bewildered in certain places why people use the taxis or like Ubers in a lot of cases, because in a lot of places where I've lived in my life, it's like the bus system or the train system are just as good, if not better, in a lot of cases. But I think for like every place that I've lived in my life where like the trains are good, I've also lived somewhere where like you don't have that as a even remotely viable option, and I don't know. It just kind of makes sense to me why a lot of people just don't even try a lot of the alternatives, because they're just not actually that accessible for a lot of people. Which is unfortunate in its own way. Elfie is my broker, so I gotta turn off this briefly. I'm sorry, what is the name of this? The Scoured Sacks. I wonder. I want to name you the Severed Sacks. How about this? The Armored Sacks. There we go. It's a great name of a squad. That is, I would actually state that that is factually incorrect, but there's nowhere near enough, Dracogen. There certainly is nowhere near enough, but there absolutely are passenger trains in the US. I've caught one in the US, out of the US, but also I've used American passenger trains. So they do exist. They're just not super common. Do I have any designs in place in case it all catches on fire? Nope. Nope, not at all. The last time I did a no-dig fort, I had a giant, like, reservoir of water, which I might end up building something similar-ish. But first I want to actually get the fort functional. We're not there yet. I don't hate Amtrak as much as some people do, but it's certainly not the best trains out there. Like, some people have, like, this, like, visceral hatred for Amtrak, and, like, I kind of don't get it. Like, they're certainly underfunded, and those aren't the nicest trains out there, but, like, I don't know, they're not that bad. They could be significantly worse. They brought a blue jay in a cage. Uh-huh. I'll buy some more of that cloth just to get ahead of it. Did you bring any bags? Yes, you did. I will buy all of your sandbags that are not ridiculously expensive, and the empty one. Don't have the money for all these. Let's try for that. Nope. Okay, fine. Not enough weight that's using. Let's like, okay, we'll take the, well, actually let's take the tin cage. I'm just trying to find lighter metal things that I can afford. Like that iron anvil as an example, but maybe not the iron anvil specifically. Like this giant bronze axe blade, maybe? Could take that. And then one of those. All right, I'm just gonna go to this, and I'm just gonna say all of these can be melted. I'm going to go charcoal, 25. Melt, metal. Metal. Object. And we'll say 20. I don't actually know how many I have, but however many I have, melt them down. I'm also going to get rid of this stockpile, because it doesn't really make sense to be down over there. And then I'm gonna go here, 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 here. And then this can all just be for metal bars. And then I'm gonna actually throw a statue over here for aesthetic reasons. Lack of maintenance, etc. Like that's the issue with a lot of Canadian stuff as well, Ellis. You know, Samantha in YouTube chat, that might be the most confusing thing I've read in my chat all week. So Samantha in YouTube chat pops in and says, "Finally, someone who understands that digging is for stinking elves." Feel like you got several words in the wrong order in that one. It's so unusual. You know what really bothers me about Vancouver? Is Vancouver has like a full area like designed and built into this city specifically for like light rail, local inner city transit. And it, about 10 years ago, not even, 6 years ago, it would have cost like $600 million to make. Like that's how much the proposed price was, and now it's like $4 billion. It's like, man, you had the opportunity. Why didn't you just do that? It seems so cheap now. Instead, they like, you know, spent billions of dollars drilling a hole. But it's fine. SkyTrain expansion will happen eventually. You mean privatize everything, Cyberdud? You'll be heading out. Hand of Fate, thank you very much for hanging out and for naming a goose. Hopefully it goosing up for you. Scrolling up in chat a little bit, Baru says, do you usually get mentally tired after playing DF for some time and having to manage so many things, or does it only happen to newbies? I get mentally tired after streaming, but I think that's more because of talking. I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been a newbie, so it's like it's kind of hard to actually say. Probably. Probably. I'm in a, about to be in an ad. So we'll pause the game during said ad. Got 8 sand. It's probably, yep, it's all sitting right there. I could also make clear glass windows. Let's make 50 charcoal. I'm also going to put another wood furnace down here. Still getting made out of platinum and sterling silver because this is what I have. Okay, now we're in the ad break, so I'll pause. Don't think long-term and just patch shit over and over and over. And that's why you have giant geysers coming out of the middle of your road, Cyberdud. And, like, no elevators in and out of your metro system. That actually always amazes me, is just how few elevators go in and out of the metro system in Montreal. Like, I'm not... I think describing me as disabled is, like, not appropriate, but I don't see very well. And it always kind of amazes me just how inaccessible Montreal is, just as a city, for somebody who doesn't see very well. Like, it is, like, a rite of passage for me now going to Montreal, tripping over somebody's, like concrete staircase that comes out of the front door of their house, like, into the middle of the sidewalk and takes up 2/3 of the sidewalk. That I just like stub my toe on it or bash my knee on something. I've just played this game for so long that I like, if you're actually being, like, really, like, philosophical about it, Baruz, I don't play Dwarf Fortress. I just kind of vibe and the game happens. I'm mostly talking. Most of my concentration is what I'm saying. Like, I kind of know what I'm doing. Like, there are points where I need to focus on the game. I don't describe anything I do as cozy, per se. Like, if we're to actually say, like, a game that I can just zone out and play would either be Tetris or, like, a score-attacky arcadey racing game. I enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress, but it's more of, like, a puzzle game for me. And then when stuff's tense, it's just kind of I have to focus to make sure that I mitigate. But outside of that, really, like, I don't know. It's not something that I concern myself with too much, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate that I don't have any reduced mobility, but I don't have particularly good eyesight, so, like, yeah, I don't know. I really like Montreal as a city. It's a fun city to visit, especially. But, like, every now and again I encounter people, like, hailing it as, like, this accessibility haven. It's like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that so much, but, like, I can see why you would think that, but... Like, if you've never seen a train before, I can certainly see why you would think that, but... And the trains are pretty cool. If you can walk. Which is a little bit ironic. What city is accessible? You know, I love making fun of this city, and Canadians everywhere who know where I live. Like, if you've lived in Canada, or if you are Canadian, or if you know a lot of Canadians, and you know where I live in Canada, you might blink twice and look at me like I'm insane saying this out loud. But, like, if you live within which is not that accessible financially, but if you live within the downtown regions of Edmonton, Edmonton's pretty accessible. They've got a pretty okay, like, streetcar network that is quite functional for a city in Canada. Vancouver is also pretty accessible if you live within reach of SkyTrain. But it's not necessarily close together, and the stuff's often far apart. Like, it can take a while, but the SkyTrain is pretty comparable to Montreal's Metro. It's not as all-encompassing. Like, there's not as many lines. But as long as you can get to it, you can get pretty much anywhere. The issue with Edmonton is it's winter. And, like, the fact that it's kind of advertised as, like, just a petrol city, which it is, but it is better than it gets credit for a lot of the time. But it's still fun to make fun of. It's sort of like making fun of Calgary. It's like, Calgary is also not terrible in the downtown core, but Calgary's, like, not... Their downtown core isn't as good as Edmonton's is. Partially because it's just way more spread out. They're suddenly very appreciative of your local subway. If you have good public transit, be appreciative of it. Where I live now, in Victoria here, we don't have TransLink, which is the kind of main public transit company that Vancouver has for the vast majority of it. We have BC Transit, which, how do I put this diplomatically, is not the most modern, shall we say? Like, it's cheap, so that's great. The buses are quite affordable. The problem is, while affordable, yes, they don't really, like, accept credit cards. So it's like cash only, or an absolutely horrendous app that doesn't actually give you all of the options for different passes that are needed. So if you're just, like, taking a bus or just getting a day pass, it's fine. But, like, I can't buy a pass for 2 people on the app. Like, over on the mainland, I could just tap my card twice as fine. I can't do that twice with the app. You know, like, basic functionality? But aside from that, like, the bus system here is fine. A survey concluded that your city has the worst public transit in Europe, which is probably somehow better than most of the states. I'm joking. I actually don't know how bad it really is. It could really be horrendous, and I'm sitting here making a joke because I am bad and I should feel bad. But like, you know. Well, because it's not coffee. If it was not ass flavored, then it would just be coffee. But because it's a substitute, it's not coffee, and so thus it doesn't taste like coffee. You've never been outside of Quebec, so you wouldn't know how the rest of Canada is? You should go outside of Quebec. Quebec is tiny. Like, there's nothing there. Well, I mean, there's stuff there, but... Go see the rest of Canada. I always tell people this. It's like that the best way to actually get to know your country is go other places in your country. And Canada's no exception to this, because Canada's too fucking big. One of my... Okay, let's just say I have lots of friends who live in Montreal at this point. And not just Montreal. I've got lots of friends in Quebec, actually, just in general. I mean, heck, my little sister lived in Quebec for 6 years. But no, I don't need to learn to swear like you. I'm good. Thanks, though. I think if you're speaking like that, I already don't want to hang out with you. Cyberdad. That's my genuine take on all that nonsense. Like, fucking grow up. Jesus Christ. Got some migrants who've arrived. Do you also hate combat? Dwarf with spear skill? Personally does not respect the law, dislikes cooperation, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, finds friendship burdensome, doesn't see the point of working hard. Uh-huh. So has no sense of vengeance or retribution. Wow. Impolite and inconsiderate of property. Relies on the advice of others during decision-making. She is very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. Get in the military! And also, you guys are going to go train again. You're pondering what you want for lunch? It's a quality thing to ponder on a fine afternoon like this. Another gem setter. Those gem setters are going to be the end of me because they're going to, if they go into if they make artifacts, then I'm just fucked. Also, I just realized I don't think I've turned my population down since the last fort. I'm just going to go to 190 for right now. But I'll leave the baby cap at where it is. I wish that they would at the very least bring like full-size animals. Instead of these like baby animals constantly. So at the very least, like I get more leather out of them. Do you know how stories are created in Dwarf Fortress? Baruz? Because that's kind of like asking, do you have writer's block? It's not really a question of like, do the stories emerge? The stories don't emerge. I'm a creative person. It's part of my job to be creative, admittedly. But I've always been kind of a person who likes to make and create. And finding stories in Dwarf Fortress isn't do the stories emerge? Like, a lot of people talk about it when they're writing about Dwarf Fortress in articles. And they make it sound like this mythical, magical thing that happens. It's like the stories emerge and then you get to bear witness to the like intricate systems and all this nonsense. And in reality, like, no, not really. But they never did. Because that's not what Dwarf Fortress is. Like, this game is a series of prompts for your imagination to go wild. And what Dwarf Fortress has always done for me, and the thing that it still does, is it does a very good job of reigniting my childlike creativity that, as an adult, at least for me, became very difficult to maintain. So, do the stories emerge? No, but they never did. That's not what Dwarf Fortress does. What Dwarf Fortress does is it gives me the prompts and the aspects and the events in a video game to then interpret them creatively and form a narrative. There is no stories that ever emerge from this game. And I think that people go into it kind of expecting, like, I don't know, like the Fallout ending where you get all these cutscenes that like give you events. That doesn't happen. That's not how this game works. And if you're thinking about like, if you're asking me like, do the stories still emerge for you? Like, you're basically asking me, do I get burnt out? Yeah, of course I do. It's a job. This is my job. I don't play this game for fun. I play this game because it's my job. But it's kind of like asking somebody who's an author, do you wake up with a story fully formed in your head? Not everybody's Stephen King. Some people like actually have to like think and work at it and practice and get better and work on that skill. And that's kind of how it is for me. And this is one of those subjects that people are oddly curious about. And I kind of get it. That makes me feel very uncomfortable, I guess is maybe the way of putting it. Because like, I'm not a storytelling genius. I'm really not. I'm just some idiot who interprets events in a video game as stories and then formats them in a way that people find digestible. I think that the scope of your question is bigger than the reality. Praise be to choppers. I don't like helicopters. What are you talking about? This isn't, oh god, what's the name of that game? Choplifter? That sounds like a video game. So, like, I think, like, you need to realize that, like, and, like, even when people ask Krug Smash similar things, like, he says the same thing. He's like, oh, I'm just bullshitting over gameplay. Because, like, literally, that's all that this is, really. And I think that people need to realize that the gameplay that you see and the stories that come out of it isn't really the game that we're playing. It never has been. I don't think it ever really will be. I think that it can certainly, like, sound like I'm just kind of shutting down the question when it comes up, so I try not to do it, frankly. Yeah, I can go all the way down. So I try not to do it, frankly, because I think that just kind of sucks. But genuinely, the reality of this... I need to actually erase all this because I'm using the wrong materials. Genuinely, the reality of being creative is... For me, primarily, this job is being entertaining on a live stream. That is my job. The game that I play requires me to think about events and try and interpret them creatively, which is fun, and I enjoy doing that. And I used to make a series of videos called Today in Dwarf Fortress, which I stopped doing after about, I think I made like 20-something of them. I need to actually go look at the playlist at some point. And I stopped making that series because very quickly, I started telling the same story over and over and over and over and over again. And that's not because, like, Dwarf Fortress has limited stories. In fact, I would say far from that. It's because I was not as experienced at interpreting the narratives that the game gives you as a player. And since then, I think I've gotten better at that. And I've gotten better at not just interpreting the same sort of events and trying to look for different things that I can interpret differently. Or also, can't remember who originally said this. Some YouTuber said this. It might have been Krug Smash, might have been somebody else, who said that, like, Dwarf Fortress is like a bullshit generator, and it's up to you to, like, find the gems in the bullshit. But at the end of the day, I burn out I burn out on this game all the time. I get bored of this game all the time. There are times when the last thing that I want to do is wake up and turn on this stream and talk and play a video game. I love this job. But there's lots of people who love their job that someday they just don't want to go into work. And I ain't immune to that. But do the prompts really ignite my creativity? How do I answer the same question again? Please rewind 5 minutes, watch it again. I don't know how to answer that question. How are you creative? I don't know. You tell me. That is an unanswerable non-question that I can't help you with. Go be creative. That's how. Make art. Baruz, I've given you a very detailed response.
And you are the one streamer I watch regularly.
That's all you're getting.
So no more Onyx carrot carrot.
Oh. I remember your old name. Welcome back. Thanks for reminding me, though, because I wouldn't have remembered that. I vaguely recall you changing your name, actually. Big old beard will do? Okay, I'll give you somebody happy-ish, because that's difficult in this fort. Like, I'll put it this way, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is capable of generating a lot of things. You're basically just rewording the same question of, is Dwarf Fortress capable of generating convincing narratives? That's all that you're asking. Dwarf Fortress makes skeletons of stories. You have to fill in the muscles. It's very good at doing that. Will you see similarities and echoes? Certainly. But how many kings in the royal family in England have, like, been assassinated and because some child was upset about something? How many times have, like, a prince died mysteriously of poison because somebody in another country didn't want to get married to them? Yeah, how many times in history has a big leader been stabbed to death by an uprising? How many times has a religion been persecuted? You have very few details, but you have to fill in the blanks. So the question that you're asking is this game capable of forming a cohesive story on its own? That's up to you. It's up to you to fill in the blanks. I can't help you beyond that, and I don't know how to answer your question beyond that. Dwarf Fortress gives you the prompts. The rest is what you make it. And that's how fan art of cars making more cars by sitting on top of one another end up on DeviantArt, Famine War. Yep. Mass Morass, hello, how are you? Happy dwarf with beard. How about this boyer? Kage Nara is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is confident under pressure, and does not often go out of his way to help others. He prefers to present himself modestly and likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and rarely feels discouraged. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a greedy streak, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. I didn't. They crashed it into each other repeatedly. Famine War. Said it wasn't so personal for you, and after thinking a lot about it, I have to agree, so you switched back. All right. Hey. You do you, Willem. You do you. Reminds you of how your buddies used to make up lore about our Minecraft worlds back in the day. No, exact same thing, right? Like... how do I put this? I have this joke about a hike that I like going on that goes past a mountain peak called the Black Tusk. The Black Tusk is a dormant volcano that is just like a gigantic pillar of like lava rock because all of the volcano has eroded. And it's really fucking cool looking. And we always joke that like that thing would start a religion a couple thousand years ago because of the way it looks. Like, it literally looks like a fucking pillar came down from the sky. So, you know. It's just a, like, the question of, like, I go to a local brewery and I draw a lot at that brewery. It's where I do the majority of my sketching. I sit there and I sip a beer, maybe a beer an hour, and I sketch. And the owner of the brewery wandered past me once and goes, you know, I have a younger son who's getting into drawing and trying to be creative. He goes, how do you come up with the things that you draw? I'm like, duh. Like, I think at the time I was drawing a bunch of planets and a spaceship. I'm like, I don't know. It's like, how do you imagine what you imagine? It's all of that kind of thing. Meanwhile, this dwarf was having a conversation with and discuss the problems with an acquaintance. You could like draw something out of that. I don't feel very empathetic because obviously this dwarf is prone to hatreds, right? So his friend is currently talking to him and he's complaining about how he's not very empathetic. He doesn't feel anything after discussing these problems with a friend, but he is euphoric after being drunk and really liked praying to his god. What made this dwarf like that? Well, they don't have a lot of friends. Where did they come from? How did they end up here? What made them this way? I mean, they don't see anything when they see dead bodies either. What a strange kind of, like you just build out of that, you know? There's a reason I draw at your brewery comes to mind. I mean, I draw at home too, but like there's two questions There's two questions I get a lot as a person who creates things on the internet. The first one of those questions is like, do you ever get burnout? And the response is always, duh, of course, all the fucking time. And then the other question is always like, how do you stay creative? And I think like this sucks But it almost always boils down to quite literally just... Because if I'm not, I go bankrupt. I get to go get a real job again. It's the job. Certainly. Yeah, no, Arch Crystal's a beautiful one. Room Carnage is a good one. I mean, heck, it's a lot more rudimentary and simplistic, but even like Boat Murdered is a good one, right? Oh, no, absolutely. Like, there's a lot worse, lot more inconsistent, lot more volatile, scarier jobs that are more stressful. Like, I'm extraordinarily privileged to be in the position of even having this job. But, like, at the same time, like, that's how I find ways to maintain my creativity and why I find ways to maintain my creativity, because it's literally how I maintain my employment. Like, if I cease to be able to upload interesting YouTube videos that cover interesting things and talk about things that are interesting, that interest the audience who watch them, I lose a lot of the people who watch my stuff casually. And if I lose the people who watch my stuff casually, then I lose slowly the intake of people who watch the stuff a lot. And if I lose the people who watch the stuff that I make a lot, and the people that watch my stuff casually, then I lose my audience. And if I lose my audience, then I cease to exist. And so I find ways to maintain creativity. I seek inspiration in places. I read. I watch other things that people make. I try not to watch things that people make about this game because I don't want to just end up accidentally copying somebody else's video. Or I try and wait long enough that it's no longer, like, either relevant or it just kind of becomes an homage at that point. Kind of like I was very worried with the vampire video because I didn't want to appear to be copying anything Krug Smash did. So, like, you know, it's a lot of that. You wouldn't be the first person to have said that and it disappeared over time, Dogma, but I appreciate the statement. I mean, you know, like, hundreds of years ago, a lot of... What are you doing? A lot of artists continued making art purely because, like, if you were making art, that's how you got paid. That's how you got your wealthy patrons to give you money, right? You know, like, that was the way that a lot of people built careers. There you go. You can climb in now. There you go. Weird. What the heck are you up to over there, Dwarf? We're in an ad break, so I will pause. Cheers, Mass Moraz. Well done. My problem with blind IRL. Are you trying to make, like, YouTube drama jokes? I don't think I've ever seen somebody have a title called My Problem With, but maybe I just don't watch the right type of garbage for that. Are the new OP trade good? How much did you sell that's not new, but how much did you sell them for? Bolts and arrows have been worth a lot for a long time. Especially higher quality ones, the ones encrusted with gems and bones and stuff. You know, Niall, in YouTube chat, that is a statement as old as time. And every 3 to 5 years, somebody makes a mod that allows you to remote connect to somebody else's fort and either play with them or read them or mess around or play simultaneously or just simply watch. And then people really quickly realize why that's not actually interesting at all. What Dwarf Fortress needs isn't like a method to be able to multiplayer connect to somebody's fort. What Dwarf Fortress needs is just a better way to share forts within game or through the Steam Workshop that doesn't require like going to the Dwarf Fortress file depot. Dwarf Fortress is never going to have any kind of multiplayer because it would literally require rewriting the entire game from zero. So unless you want to take 15 years off of patches, it's never going to get multiplayer. And there's plenty of mods that have done it in the past, and they've all sucked. So you think you want that, but what you actually want is just a Discord where somebody can send you a save file that you can explore. What's up, Deza? How thing? Thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back, friend. Oh, I know what it is. I've just never seen a name of a video specifically like that. Cyberdud. And I also kind of would agree to disagree on that. I think that drama pays a fuck ton of money. But sure. I don't disagree with the statement that multiplayer is overrated. It will always baffle me just how often it gets requested for Dwarf Fortress specifically. But as somebody who's played some of those multiplayer mods for Dwarf Fortress, trust me, you don't actually want that. But I do get why you think you do. You know, since we're doing the whole let's just say meme now, Cyberdud, most industries don't bring much positivity into the world. At least, most industries that are extremely lucrative don't bring much positivity into the world. That's why they're lucrative. The part that I disagree with is the self-cannibalizing part. I think, like, there's a lot of things that people who... I don't know why this is just becoming like an inside baseball discussion today, but there's a lot of things said by people who don't do this for a living, who say a lot of things like that, when the reality really isn't the case. Like, it's not self-cannibalizing. Like, at all. And if you think it is, then you've never participated in it. All right. Toya. As long as nobody's breaking laws, it's profitable and it exists because people like it. It'd be better to get multiplayer instead of adventure mode. Continue inhaling your own farts, please. And don't, like, worry about filming it. We don't need to see it. That's a fucking joke and a half, mate. That's an opinion that I will always mock when it appears, is the... They shouldn't be making adventure mode. Adventure mode is the reason this game exists. You clown. Oh shit, I used the wrong type of doors, or the wrong type of wall pieces for this. I would like the colors to match. And you're a somewhat successful troll, Cyberdud. Sometimes you miss, though. Yeah, I've always wanted Dwarf Fortress to have something like that. Azimuth, who's talking in YouTube chat about Dwarf Fortress having a little bit of territorial warfare in the overworld. That'd be neat. I could fuck with that. Nobody has a 100% success rate. It's all good. It's just the only real request I make of people who like trolling a little bit is just like, if I react badly, don't take it personally. You just missed. Try again. Okay. And we're making more wooden doors. This will get everybody housed. I'd say you're about at 60% from what I've read so far, since you started hanging out. Taking things seriously on the internet is a story as old as time. Yeah, totally. I mean, that happened yesterday pretty badly, which was kind of unfortunate. Just kind of sucks when, because like, you know, I think at the end of the day, I go out and stream with the end goal of making the majority of people who tune into my streams days better. And when I upload a video, I go out with the goal, or I make them with the goal of either providing some information that's interesting and new to people who would appreciate it, or to provide something that is entertaining and doesn't contribute to doom scrolling. That is my goal every time I make a video or do anything creatively. And every now and again, I encounter people while doing that who take me 100% in bad faith and expect me to react accordingly. And when I don't react accordingly, they respond with visceral anger. And it's very rare that things make me not want to do this anymore. But that is like the one time that I kind of feel like I don't want to do this anymore. That's about it, really. It's like nobody is perfect and everybody has bad days, but I always turn the stream on with the goal of hopefully improving the day of the majority of the people who tune in. TV area, you can't believe everything you see on TV, internet area. Look at this article, then he proves the final council. The number of jokes I've heard in YouTube videos in the last like week and a half that are just like, but my mother took like Tylenol while she was pregnant with me, so who knows what I think. The number of jokes I've heard about that, just like, admittedly they've been making me laugh, but they're not funny. No, but here's the thing. Like, I don't need to be somebody's therapist. Twitch got me through a lot of really tough times, okay? And I know that I've gotten people, or helped people through tough times because they've stated as much in public and private messages to me. I think a lot of people use places like this as an outlet. There was a bit that I heard on a podcast recently, which is Cox and Crendor, which is Jesse Cox and Crendor. Jesse Cox was originally OMFG Kata and has been making content on the internet for like, I don't know, fucking 12, 13 years now, it seems like. Crendor is also a fossil and has been doing it for a similar amount of time, but primarily making WoW-related stuff. And Jesse got a comment on a short relatively recently that was just somebody basically like ticking every single box that they're just a grumpy troll saying like, this is awful. I used to really, or rather that's completely incorrect. This is awful. You look ugly, blah, blah, blah. Just like literally hitting every single note. And he said that like he had a moment and he looked at it and thought about responding and just being a sarcastic twit. And then paused and then like clicked on like the person's profile and went and looked at their YouTube channel. And 10 years ago, they uploaded 3 videos. And they were like very standard like gaming videos for the time. And then and they all had like less than 100 views. And then he looked at the comments. And all of the comments were almost exactly that. From Co-optional? Yeah, well, I mean, Jesse now does Geekenders, which I don't listen to super often, but it's Jesse and Dodger, which is nice to hear the two of them talking at the same time again. It just doesn't generally fit into my podcast week, but I think it depends. That does feel like bait, Baruz. I mean, the question is this. When I'm referring to doom scrolling, I'm talking about people being on a platform like TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, heck, even Twitch, right? That does read like bait. I don't think it's intended as bait, but it does read like bait. When you're scrolling through generated content, like stuff made by various large models, when you're scrolling through low-effort content that's just designed to sell you a product, when you're scrolling through sponsored content, when you're scrolling through very charged political content that's designed to aggravate you, that is doom scrolling. When I make stuff, my goal is to make a thing that you can watch, finish watching, and then go do something else. Or watch something else, intentionally. I don't think that watching something intentionally and participating in something is doom scrolling. It's like reading a book. Like, you could read a book that's very upsetting and poorly written, which would be kind of an equivalent. If you are watching a video that is intended to be a thing that you watch, you feel good at the end of it, feels like a complete thing, and it's over, that's me not participating in doom scrolling. Making 15 videos about the main character of the week on Twitter about why their career is over and they're done, and like here's a whole bunch of like big red font thumbnails with people's faces and just throwing slander at everybody, that would be participating in doom scrolling. Right? Or like extremely nihilistic videos about today's political climate could be participating in doom scrolling. My goal is to allow you to watch a thing and feel better about it and move on with your day. Like, as an example, I used to listen to a lot of streams. Not even watch, just listen. Because I was bored shitless, lonely, and depressed and worked night shift at McDonald's. But if I had somebody talking in my ear about video games and completely unrelated things, it made me feel a little bit better. And I got to the point where, like, at the very least, I had other voices in my head that weren't just me being depressed and wanting to, walk into the ocean. How is it not participating in doom scrolling? If it improves your mood, it's inherently not doom scrolling. And that does read like bait. You are correct. I don't think it's intended that way, but it does read that way. Cool. It's good to know, Zachris. Sorry for killing your dwarf the other day. Does my stream piss you off? In which case, then I'm participating in your doom scrolling and you should log off and do something else. Baruz. If my stream improves your day, then it's not doom scrolling. I just described your life. I lived that, mate. Pixel Data Bit in YouTube chat. I lived that. It would be like a million reports of, are the elves going to invade today because we chopped down a field of saplings? It'd be a lot of that. think I'm going to go over to these guys, these semi-wild ones. Slaughter you, slaughter you, slaughter you, slaughter you, slaughter you. Actually, we'll keep you alive. Slaughter you, and slaughter you. I'll sell this one. Slaughter the rest of them. We're going to get a bunch of meat up in here. No, we haven't been invaded by anybody yet, actually. And I've stated this a dozen times, and I'll state it again, I guess. So this is the 13th time. We're actually allied with the nearest elves in the region, so I don't expect that to happen for quite some time. It probably will happen eventually, but I don't see that happening for a good long while. No, we've only been attacked by giant boars and ravens. It runs on your 16 gigs of RAM. My God. I still feel like 16 gigs of RAM is kind of like a decent amount, but yeah, I guess. Unless you're doing the crazy. I feel like if you play video games, 16 gigs isn't quite enough anymore. But how'd Dwarfing go? Pretty good. Lots of real talks today. Is the media causing you to not actively think anyway? To actively think in any way, it's not doom scrolling. I don't know, because making somebody angry is actively thinking. I think that's a bit too broad of a definition, personally, but... And you're a video... Oh, okay, if you're a video... I'm thinking about upgrading to 64, actually, especially with the more recent videos I've been making. Like, I've been looking at the RAM usage of the current project I have running, and I'm like, I might actually double my RAM size around Black Friday, but... Sometimes, some things are worth being angry. No, absolutely. Absolutely. It is right to be upset by things. But every single piece of media that you watch for entertainment should not upset you. It's like a yes and kind of thing. Where it's like a yes, no, there are times where it is right to be enraged. However, you shouldn't be enraged by everything that you watch for entertainment. And if all of your entertainment is specifically designed to piss you off, it's probably not very good entertainment. I mean, I didn't say that you were bait. Chat said that you were bait, and I was like, yeah, that kind of seems like it. I think that now you're just simply reading into a situation that doesn't really need to be read into. I don't really have many mods. Not often at all. Often enough that it's, like, notable when it happens. I also think, Baruz, that you're being very specific and pointed with your questions that aren't the sort of subjects I like to talk about on this stream a lot, because they get very real talky and personal. And I'm okay with doing it to a point. I'm going to start ignoring your questions soon, because I don't think it's super relevant to the broadcast in general. I think that it's a sad state that society's in when that stuff becomes popular. Cyberdud. Where do I get all of the wood? From the trees that I'm cutting down? With a hatchet? What? Sorry, where do you think I'm getting it? To give you an idea, in an average stream, I make about twice what I make... on Twitch, I make about twice the ad revenue I make on YouTube. And I basically just make ad revenue on YouTube. I make like maybe $8 to $10 a day on YouTube, unless somebody super chats, which is pretty rare. Smitchell, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello. We're having like rando real talk sessions today, but Fort's been kind of quiet. I pumped a body out of a lake, and I'm reorganizing and rebuilding things and trying to upgrade things and keep things stable. Population's gone up a bit, but it also went down a bit. So we're kind of in a bit of a standstill. But it's been a good stream. I hope that your stream was good too. How was things? How's Dwarf's treating? Are the dwarves all behaving? I trust they are. Has new were creatures every day? Oh, a variety pack? Well, that's exciting. Was that like intentionally or like, oh no, there's more were creatures. Whatever are we gonna do? You've seen an entire farm of were creatures. Really now? Did you specifically generate a world to get that, or is this just like something that's just happening for some reason? Because that's kind of curious. You did not, it just happens? Huh. Goats, rabbits, hyena, monitors, and some more. Wow. Okay. Any werewolves? I think that the thing that you need to realize, Beruz, is some people in this industry are very... How do I put this? If an audience gets the sense that a streamer hates what they're doing, they often stop watching. I'm also just looking at my camera right now. It's time to close the blinds halfway so that I don't look like I'm in a dark room. Something kind of ironic about having to make my room darker so that it doesn't look dark in here.
Jeez, for everyone.
But if there are some people who, if they get the sense that the person that they're watching hates what they're doing, they stop watching. And there are people who I would describe as trolls. It happens very rarely, who tune in with the specific motive of upsetting the person that they're watching by either asking very pointed questions about mental health, politics, workflow, burnout, things that they know that bother them, specifically so that it gives off the appearance of the person having a shitty time streaming. And to put it bluntly, there's been times where somebody in chat has annoyed me to the point where I've just taken the rest of the day off. Like, just disappeared for that. Like, just done editing for the rest of the day. It's absolutely happened. In fact, it's happened in the last 2 months. Does it happen often? No. Maybe once a season, every couple of months it'll happen. And I think the thing that you need to remember is that if you go into a stream and you just start asking very personal, pointed questions, specifically about, like, streamers' mental health, their workflow, what they're doing, things that make people inherently uncomfortable, and you just keep at it and you keep prodding, you appear to be one of those people. You don't need to apologize, you're all good. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure you're well-meaning. But do understand that if you do that, even if you're well-meaning, there are some people that will just eviscerate you from the chat immediately or, like, not acknowledge. Because they're expecting it next to be like, and is that why your last partner left you? Or like, like doing some weird like personal research into the person to then turn it into a and that's why like you got kicked out of that house that you had with like so and so or something. That's what she said, Draco. You know, Factorio fans, I answered that question literally less than 20 minutes ago, and I'm gonna just like ping a mental timer in my head to answer a question like that maybe in an hour, but I answered that in less than 10 minutes ago. So if you're still around in an hour, maybe I'll answer it. But simply put, we're currently allied with the elves. We don't have any concerns at the moment. Oh shit, gifted subs. Thanks for the 5-pack, Zachris. Yeah, that one was weird. Because, like, I know that person, too, Jody. Like, that was genuinely a weird conversation. Like, genuinely weird. Okay, how many bags of sand do I have? We've cleared through all of them. Let's go again. You're making charcoal. Let's do make ash 30. Pearl ash 30. Make lye 30. Sure. Totally. But those two things, exceptionally tied together. And I did intentionally ignore your question the first time you asked it. I mean, let's just imagine that there's railings. Prior night, let's just imagine that there's railings. Thanks for keeping your soul soft. I don't know. What does that mean? Are those squares glass flooring? These are clear glass, yes. Currently brewing drinks from fruit. Is there something that could function as railing? I guess bars could. But, I mean, this wall, really. The dwarves don't really fall off of things unless they're sprinting. So unless we get attacked from the sky, we're pretty okay. Like, I'm not particularly worried about this. Like, I think Chad is more concerned about this structure than I am, so... How do you make clear glass instead of green glass? I mean, I just queued it up, right? It's, well, you need ash. So you make ash, and then you make that ash into lye at an ashery, and then you make that lye into pearl ash, and then you take sand, charcoal, and pearl ash, and you make clear glass. Am I reading Croner where no one disturbs you? Yeah, fair. I mean, I'll be... and the one thing I will say about trolls... This is something I've had to learn how to do as an adult, and also as somebody who's been doing this for more than 10 years. This being streaming, not making YouTube videos, really. I am of the opinion that the vast majority of trolls on the internet is misinterpreted humor or misinterpreted stupidity. Like, it's extremely easy to read a sentence online and just be like, oh, that person's being like a piece of shit or whatever. And the actual reality is just they're dumb or don't know any better or aren't sober or like don't speak English and like speak a language that words things very differently and ran it directly through a translator app, or like are 7. Like, there are children that are just assholes on the internet, and mom just handed them the iPad, and in reality, it's just literally, like, the joke is always like, oh, they're probably 12. But it's like, the joke is, like, truer than we think. You know? Like, I think for every malicious troll, you have dozens of just, like, accidental trolls. And I think for every actual troll that you get, like someone who's intentionally trying to aggravate, irritate, and annoy and make your day worse, the reality is you created them. If you think about it this way, whenever somebody tunes into a stream and they just, out of nowhere, say something mean, did they do that because they don't like the person? Or did they do that because they perceived somebody else being wronged by that person previously? Like, I've talked about this before, and this is very real talk now. But I used to have a reputation for being a dick. And there's a very simple reason for that. It's, like, not an excuse, but the reason for it is I worked full-time nights, I was exhausted half the time, I was depressed the rest of the time, I never slept well, and I was always, like, I was never in a good mood. That and, like, my brain is very unstable. I'm bipolar and didn't know that at the time. And, so I gained a reputation for a minute there of being a dick to people. Most of the time when I get trolls now, it's, one, somebody who made a new account that was banned in my channel 10 years ago and they think their account is still banned. I had banned all of them. Because I was being an asshole. 2, they saw a VOD of me being an asshole to somebody and presume I'm still like that. Or 3, millions of people see me every year. They talked to somebody who said that I was an asshole, and then them and 2 of their friends were like, well, he's an asshole, so let's go be an asshole to him. And I acknowledge this. But, like, genuinely, what can I do about it at this point? I could go delete all my backlogs, but that's not actually going to get rid of those people. If anything, it might make it worse. It's called growth. I mean, yeah, it's called character progression, right? I'm a different person than I was 10 years ago. But, like, at the same time, I think a lot of people presume that there's a lot of trolls on the internet. And, like, I see this in my chat all the time. Like, people saying, oh, that person's just trolling. It's like, are they? And then you have a negative interaction. Someone is perceived to be trolling. Somebody else defends them. 2 people get banned. And then 6 months later, 2 trolls show up. One of them being one of the original people on a different account, one of them being a friend that they were in the Discord with at the time. And it just becomes a self-perpetuating cycle. And then that person goes into another stream, and a lot of streamers share ban lists with other channels. That person goes into another stream, and then they're banned in that channel. And then they're like, well, fuck this guy too. Why am I banned here? What did I do? And then the cycle continues. So I don't know. That's my take, really. I don't really get better sleep now, but I'm better at coping with it. The sleep hasn't really gotten much, but I still don't sleep great, but like I don't work nights anymore, so at the very least I'm sleeping more than 2 hours a night. I also don't stream 7 days a week anymore, which also helps. Mate, I can't do naps. I feel like we've been over this before. Or at least I've been over this with chat many times. I can't nap. If I nap, my sleep schedule is screwed up for the next 6 weeks. I don't know how people do that. I'm just a perma yapper. Zalfi. 7 days a week? I streamed 7 days a week from 2014, well, the end of 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, I went down to 6 days a week. 2017, I went down to 5 days a week. 2018, I was on 5 days a week. And then around halfway through 2019, I went back to 7 days a week because I suddenly became single and oh fuck, I had to pay rent. And I quit my job. Well, I was down to like less than 20 hours a week at my night job by 2017. Most of my income was coming from streaming. And then I quit the job early 2018, and then I needed to pay rent because I was single and living alone and paying rent. So I streamed 7 days a week, 10 hours plus a day. And then the pandemic happened, and then I did that throughout the pandemic. And then kind of, I don't know, I think it was like mid-late 2020, I went back down to 6 days a week. And then at some point I went down to 4 days a week. And now it's either 3 or 4. The rest of the time I'm editing or doing other things. Well, they're finally starting to bring me decent amounts of stuff, so that's good. The problem is like I can't afford it. So let's just find some heavy shit that's worthless that will make up for the weight loss, because there's too much weight in here. I'm just gonna buy the iron probably. Let's buy that bronze shield. Do they have a cage? Like maybe an empty one? That'll do. Although I could also buy that boar. Although I think I'd rather buy the cage. And then the cheaper barrels. There we go. But do you know if 800 plus deceased entities causes FPS loss on current Steam version? I don't know. Like, wait, are the bodies still sitting in your fort? Prior night? Like, are they just deceased entities that you've destroyed and dealt with, or are they sitting as a stockpile, or are they out loose? Like, because like maybe if you have like a pretty weak PC, like. If they're outdoors, contaminants could be hitting them and that could be causing something. I don't know. Maybe. I realize that's like kind of a non-response, but I don't know. Maybe is kind of all I got. Oh, I selected blocks metal. What the heck am I doing? Are the dwarves going and trying to pick them up? Because what could cause FPS issues there would be the dwarves. Okay, so pathing is the heaviest pull on frame rate in Dwarf Fortress. So if suddenly there's like 1,000 hauling jobs, that's going to be a pretty heavy hit on frame rate. It probably wouldn't hurt my frame rate much, but more likely what would cause frame rate issues would be like a pet that's stuck somewhere and trying to get back, a dwarf that's stuck somewhere and trying to get back, an animal that's had 15 children in an enclosed space that are now tripping over each other and trying to get out. But it's really hard to say. Like, it could, but probably not. If you're using DF hack, you could try using commands like spot clean, so that the game isn't holding all of the like contaminants on those things in their what do you call it, in memory. If you're also using DF hack, you could try selecting all of them as dump and use auto dump destroy and see if that helps your frame rate. And if it does, then you know that was the cause. And if it didn't, then it wasn't the cause. So sometimes what I'll do, if there's like a lot of something somewhere that I think might be hurting my frame rate, I'll do a hard save and then I'll auto dump destroy that area and see if that fixes the frame rate. And if it doesn't, then I just revert back to a save rate, same file, and be like, okay, well, we can just leave them there because it's not hurting my frame rate. But it's much more likely, like, visitors are more likely to hurt your frame rate, your own dwarves are more likely to hurt your frame rate, and canceled jobs are more likely to hurt your frame rate, and stuck things are more likely to hurt your frame rate than just inactive bodies. Something displacing them, like liquids or fire that could burn them, that would probably do more. I think that might just mean that you have a more mature taste in people. That sounds weird saying that. Taste in human personalities, English Dragon. English Dragon in the YouTube chat says, I definitely prefer a streamer who develops upwards rather than getting all egotistical and self-obsessed. You're right. I'll have you know, I'm extremely egotistical and self-obsessed. You kind of have to be to do this for a living. Like, I think that I'm cool enough that you should watch my videos and not somebody else's. Or you should watch my videos because I upload more frequently than H-Bomber Guy. Otherwise, just go watch H-Bomber Guy. I'm joking. But also, seriously, watch H-Bomber Guy. I hope he uploads a video this year. He said he would upload one at the beginning of this year, and it's not the beginning of this year anymore. Anyway, so we meet with our outpost liaison at Tour. I say, let's discuss our situation. It's pretty fucked, mate. What if we... I might actually go for some tetrahedrite. Because it'll be cheaper than bars regardless, and the bars aren't that much lighter. You're dead. That is such a question to ask. Hold on, let me check. Blocks and sheet. Nope, you survived. Currently not permitted to do any tasks, so I should change that. Yeah, no, you're still around. A lot of dwarves did die, so it was a fair question, to be honest. Thinks that you do still think that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy. You also don't particularly value the truth. Yeah, no, certainly. Well, I mean, trading is one of those mechanics that's needed an overhaul as long as this game has existed, so... You thought for sure you'd be dead? Well, I mean, you weren't the first three, and also the Calamity only took out about, it was what? Maybe 2/3 of the dwarves, I think? Well, we went from 30... No, but roughly half the dwarves, because we went from 38 to 18. So, like, I don't know, it was a 50-50 dice roll that you died. What was the Calamity? I hope there should be a clip of it somewhere, but essentially, yeah, we went from 38 to 18 dwarves. A bunch of, we got attacked by an army of wild boars and just finished fending them off successfully. And then another wave came in and they caught us at a bad spot, and we just kind of had like a back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back splatting of dwarves getting splatted, which is never a good time. That's what happened. What's my main export? Green glass discs currently. No. I did not summon anything with DF hack. I exterminated 2 ravens with DF hack. There's a very big difference. Because they were very high up and stuck. Their pathing was busted. They would have left the map otherwise. So no, I summoned nothing with DF hack. I don't think I've ever actually used a summon animal command with DF hack. True story. Like literally not once. I kind of want to move these dwarves. This could bring terrible ghosts, but just got to get this stuff put away. I'll put it over here first, though. No, the extermination command basically, like, immediately incinerates it, so it just, like, turns into a puff of smoke. In fact, actually, right now, I've got 2 more agitated ravens that I'm pretty sure are stuck. One's here. There's, like, a lot of issues with flying animals right now in pathing. People talk about that, like, kind of frequently, and I'm kind of surprised it's not something that's been fixed yet, but... C'est la vie. Did I not? Hold up. Oh, I'm making lye, not potash. I'm an idiot. Make potash from lye. 30, that's the step that I'm missing. Make lye. 16. I see the step that I'm missing now. Giant boar named Rabbit. Giant wild piglet named Rabbit. And he feels strong feelings of lust. He's very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation. He does not go out of his way to help others and has a sense of duty. He tends to make a small mess of his own possessions. Sounds like a pig. And tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Welcome to the fort, Yelith. I mean, those have been disabled in the game now for like almost a year. Eurist McViewers. Although I wonder if that's like a disabled on a world-by-world basis. Because they were completely disabled when back in April when Adventure Mode released. The, like, cavern invaders were. Depressal, thank you very much for checking out a What's up? Am I planning on setting up cheese making? I have 10 cheese right now. I periodically make it. I just don't have it automated because my population has been so low. Cheese is never really a huge priority for me, like, because it requires buckets. Right now, most of my buckets are used in making lye. I'll be honest, right now I have one priority currently, and that is, holy shit, I really desperately need to have a functional fortress. So, like, food variety and farming and stuff like that, sure, that'd be lovely. I currently literally only care about, like, clothing and building. That's quite literally all I care about. No, I need buckets to make lye, and I would rather make lye than cheese right now. Because you need buckets to get milk. I'm not making cheese out of lye. Please understand me here, friend. The cheese is a lie. Your cheese is a lie.
I know this.
Cheese lie, but it can't even speak. Sigh. That's not how you spell lie. Get a thesaurus. God damn it. Or a dictionary, I guess. No. You know, sometimes in my head, it's really funny to just respond with one word to somebody in chat and not elaborate who I'm responding to. But then I realize moments after I say that, and I'm like chuckling to myself, thinking that I'm funny, and then realizing that actually they probably have no idea that I was referring to what they said. No, your eyes don't deceive you. This is, in fact, a no-digging fortress. Last time I checked, there's no S in lychee. I knew they were talking to you. Well, I'm glad. The beginnings of a bad joke, English Dragon in YouTube chat? Actually, probably lunch in that time period. They asked, what do you call a blind dinosaur? At which point I'm like, well, there's no way this joke ends well for me. I'm going to move my hospital inside. I intended to do that a while ago and then didn't. Are the elves mad yet? Okay, I'll answer that question again. No, because you need a mayor to trade with elves. And they won't come trade with you if they're in the vicinity until you have a mayor. I haven't had 50 dwarves yet, so I don't have a mayor. So that's step number 1. Step number 2, they don't get mad at you until they're actively entering your map and trading with you. Thing number 3. Every single elvish faction that's within reasonable distance of me, I didn't do this intentionally either, I found out after I started, is allied with me. These red ones are actually goblins. Which means they need to have like 4 years in a row where I don't hit their... That's approximately what I've seen historically. Where I don't hit their limits for them to stop trading with me, and then another warning for them to attack me. This fort's not that old. Elves don't, like, just flip shit, like, the literal second you, like, chop down a tree. They need to actively be examining your map and visiting. And they haven't visited yet, so it's going to take a lot longer, I think, than you think. Hey, English Dragon, I have a question for you. What do you call a joke that is made at the expense of a disabled person? Or at the expense of somebody's disability? I mean, it doesn't matter what you call it, but I think it's kind of in poor taste. It's all good, but like, I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress in a way that it's not intended. In fact, I would bet that most people who learned to play this game in the early eras, I mean, when I say in the early eras, I mean in the eras where the only aquifers were heavy aquifers and you couldn't turn them off. And before, like, most people knew how to dig through them. I'd be willing to bet that this is how most of Dwarf Fortress was played. At least it was for the first few years I played it. It's perfectly viable to play it this way. Just have to be a little bit cautious and play things a little bit differently, but I'm also probably a bad person to ask how challenging Dwarf Fortress is, because I don't think this game is challenging in almost any scenario. Really, it's just a matter of, like, how much time am I willing to give a problem. Is there an intended way to play DF? One where you come out with a story to tell is an intended way to play DF. It's fine, English Dragon. It's all good, mate. It's not an unfunny joke. But I do think it's kind of in poor taste. It's all good, though. For reference, the joke that they said was, what do you call a blind dinosaur? It's do you think he saw us? Do you think he is Saurus? I would call that more of like, what do you call, like, a dinosaur wizard? Do you think he is sorceress? That's more the direction I would go with that. I also think that the pun works better. Nope. No, they got thirsty and hungry, and then I let them out. Then I emptied the barrel. Our suspicions were correct. It does nothing and is not edible. Rora win. Because honestly, reading that joke really makes me think more of like a dino wizard. Thoughts on the rework teaser? I'm excited. Curious to see what it ends up actually materializing into gameplay-wise, but the sprites look nice. I did make a video about it, so that kind of distills all of my thoughts into like less than 10 minutes. Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. Morrowind. I will say, Jesus, I certainly can see the joke, and it stings. But think your humor by. Do you think he saw us? Do you think he is Saurus? Like, there's a streamer who I watch whose name I'm pretty sure translates directly to "Dad, I'd like to fuck a Saurus." It's like the thing, but it dinosaur. Yeah. Time for sleep. You have a good nappy. Snooze good. Face desk. I mean, hey. Sometimes you just need to face your desk. All right. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress and difficulty is a strange subject for me. But I'm excited. I'm the two big questions that I really have for the Siege rework teaser is: are they going to do anything with the current mechanics that surround the parlays? Are parlays going to see any additions or changes? That's the first question I really have. And then the second question I have is, aside from parlays, what other current mechanics are getting changed? But I mean, it's a 30-second teaser with some soldiers moving and some like trolls with things on their back. So it's not exactly like an extremely detailed example of the, you know, new stuff. Not a lot to go by, I guess. Yeah, I'm all like like the bolt, what are they called? Not ballistas. The bolt throwing turrets are interesting, but I'm actually more interested in what the remade like catapults are gonna do and act like. That I'm actually more interested in that. So yeah, I don't know. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of stuff and things. It's all gonna be curious. All right, let's just do 16 bone bolt stacks. I'll just make this whenever there's enough bones around. And then you specifically just make totems. I mean, that's why it's like very much a question. It's like, how is it going to actually work? I mean, we know that Tarn's saying he's going to make the siege stuff more useful. Don't actually know what that means. So I wonder if some of them carrying wood or stone make a bridge. So I mean, that's did you read Tarn's blog post? Did you watch my video? If you watched my video, Tarn does state in his blog post that essentially he's making it so that the siegers will bring stuff, items and things that can then be used to build bridges and walkways and stairs and ways into the fortress over top of walls slowly, but they can do it. Yeah. So that's kind like you're speculating kind of exactly like what the teaser is trying to communicate. Because like what I did with my news videos, I didn't just like bullshit over top of it. I went and I looked at Tarn's most recent blog post, which is actually the second most recent blog post now, which is right here, where Tarn just kind of elaborates on different mechanics. Like siegers require picks to dig, they do it slowly, and they try other means first. Trolls and blind cave ogres have been given a new great pick item that improve their digging, but they still dig slower than dwarves. Trolls and larger siege engineers can build floors and stairs with blocks, and this allows them to move through open air slowly and vulnerably. They've been given the ability to build floors under the airspace occupied by a bridge and build buildings to overcome the gap. So basically, like, if you, like, right now you can't build under a bridge, apparently they can build under your bridges, so that even if your bridge is shut, they can still build across. Most monster siegers can break down raised bridges, vertical bars, and other blocking buildings. So like trolls could break down bridges, basically. They can also break through constructing walls and fortifications over time, and these actions don't require picks. So creatures like war cave dragons can join in the fun. Siegers will run into traps, but now adjust their path over time if the area gets too hot. So I guess it has like a hidden like danger area, I guess. Sieging armies can now bring skilled units with improved equipment, and the commander is also highlighted in the pop-up message. So, yeah. Because, like, different squads already appear, and they have commander units. They're just not explained or described at all or indicated in any way. We're getting some more migrants. If I see anybody who sticks out as a particularly good military dwarf. It also means I will probably need to make more bedrooms in a moment. Like that they already do that, or that they're going to be more obvious? Prayer night. What's up, Lemon? Sustaining even in minor immodesties. Lacks confidence in her abilities. She is brave in the face of imminent danger. Let's see what they have available. Need more helms, though. It's kind of what I'm giving them is the bare minimum, really. There's another one. Personally values hard work and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Such a weird faction. There's so many of them that are just like, we don't like them studying. Firstly finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting. And sees competition as reasonably important. Such a weird faction. Wow. Yeah, most, I think it's like one goblin commander per 50 units. So like in larger sieges, you'll see like 2 or 3. If you watched the trailer, the teaser, here. Let me just show you, because that's incorrect. Work with bow. Ah! Jump scared by laughing dwarf. They're one level above shooting down. They're one level above shooting one level down. They do not need to be on the same level.
Is that interesting?
Ah! Jump scared by laugh. Anyway. See? They're level above shooting down. They do not need to be on the same level. So. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just upload that as a short. Because, like, honestly, they probably should have. If the commander is highlighted, it's the sieging army. It's more like a break and run. If you kill the commanders, would be. Hold on. If the commander is highlighted in the sieging army, then it would be easier to break and run. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, right now it just works in a like elves will attack you and fight until they run out of arrows. So when elves run out of ammunition, they retreat. Humans siege and will retreat when 30% of them die and they have the goal of killing all your dwarves. Elves don't have the goal of killing all your dwarves. They just have the goal of scaring you, supposedly. Goblins will retreat when 50% of them are dead. Dwarves will retreat when 50% of them are dead. 50% of them are dead. Dwarves have a chance to just assault you or siege you, which is they stay outside of your fortress and wait for you to come fight them outside. Humans siege you, which means they sit outside and wait for you to come and fight them and sometimes wander towards the entrance. Goblins assault. Same with elves after ambushing. So, like, yeah, more variety would be nice. UGDPY. You're wrong. I'm sorry. You're wrong. You are very, very wrong. Maybe the core audience, but the core audience is always like a fraction of the overall audience. 70% of my views every month on YouTube usually come from shorts. Unless I upload a video that does really well. I hate it, but it's true. So telling me that YouTube is not the audience that's intersecting with shorts, mate. I wish that weren't the case, because I hate making shorts, but like... You can have them. They get stuck in my eyes all the time and also scratch the back of my glasses, so my glasses get dirty quickly.
No!
Ah, are you brave, Dwarf?
No!
I'm kind of wanting to put this dwarf into the... Yeah, you'll do okay. What's your name? Dwarf with very black beard. There you are. Alright, we are up to 54 Dwarf now. Not actually that many more, but enough. That's a child you can just share with your parents for the time being. I think that there's a very loud vocal minority of people, and I'm kind of part of it, who really, really hate shorts. But, like, YouTube pushes shorts so hard, especially on mobile platforms. Unless you are very computer savvy, and have been on the internet for a really long time, and are probably above the age of 30, and are getting to that age where you hate change, you watch a lot of shorts. Or you're kind of like me and have just accepted that that's reality now, and even though it's a format that you don't particularly like, you watch them anyway. And make them anyway, because you kind of have to. Saying that, like, audience of insert game here isn't the audience that's watching shorts. If you are on YouTube, you are inherently in the audience of people that are watching shorts, because that is what the majority of people on YouTube are watching. Even if they also watch big videos, because for every big video, they watch 5 shorts. Like, fucking Kit Fox is on TikTok. And I agree, cargo pants are better, but, like, you know, what can we do? I need a better joke, because that's an old one. I keep making it, though. I just turned into blind telling me that I'm wrong and I'm going to cry. I mean, you want to know my biggest beef with shorts? Is I was looking at one of my own shorts last night. And I'm going to grab this screenshot and show you guys this. This is also one of the reasons why, like, some people on YouTube think I hate YouTube, which I kind of do. This is my phone. This is my short. This is AI upscaled. Look at that. My hand doesn't look like that. I have that PNG. My hand doesn't look like that. Look at Dwarf Fortress. Look how weirdly sharp Dwarf Fortress is. My shorts are not that high quality. They're not. That's what I fucking hate about shorts. Like, I'm not doing shit. That's all YouTube. Baskery bit. So giant wild boars don't have moods. I don't have any agitated ones on the map at the moment because they've all been eaten. I do have some tame ones though. I've got one semi-wild one though, which I'll get sold. So yeah, I can't tell you which one is upset. Would you just like a giant wild boar then? It's only on mobile devices, only on certain mobile devices, ones with 4K screens. And I can't turn it off. And you can't turn it off. So if you see like a YouTube channel that you're like, this looks AI upscaled, it's probably just YouTube doing it. Oh, you want me to name a dwarf agitated giant wild boar? That's gonna compress weirdly. Beard or no beard? Sorry, I misread that as like a dwarf name, or as a actual boar name, that, not a dwarf. So if you just want the most upset one, it would be this one. Then? Is it worldwide? I don't know. I only live in Canada. And I'm not going to go changing my VPN for that. I prefer to also just watch long, but sometimes I check my own shorts to see what YouTube's doing to them. I don't mind shorts and fits and starts. I actually quite like them for recipe videos, Zach, in YouTube chat, but I try not to sit there and just watch them. But I think that's more just like, I try there and just not use my phone in general, so. It's actually part of the reason I watch YouTube on my TV mostly now, because it's like, I treat it more like a TV. I can just get up and turn it off. It's easier than on a phone. Because on a phone, I just swap between an unrelated app and then back to videos. That's good, okay. Okay, agitated giant wild boar. Imagine being nicknamed an agitated giant wild boar. Angry Murder Bacon is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She has an overbearing personality and is very humble. She tends to assume that the worst... she tends to presume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical application. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is often fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and does not care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values self-control and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She likes basalt and tin, and as well as yellow jasper and emperor penguin leather, pig hoof, cavy bone, and shields, millstones, bracelets, ballista arrows, and deer for their grace. The words of the lyrical fragrance and the sound of the bronze diamond and the sight of the petals of cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume halibut. I always think of Total Biscuit when I read halibut. And two grain wheat beer, and sheep's milk, and longland grass seeds, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Unrelated, but I'm gonna name this pig Angry Murder Bacon, because that's just too funny. My friends call me Angie, you know? The angry wild boar. Hubba. That's not what I wanted. That's applewood. Let's just do some more of these. Am I breeding murder bacons? I'm trying to. I made 2 babies. I had 2 female and 1 male initially, and now we have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5. So, yeah, slowly and surely. they're pretty efficient as a food supply. They're also a pretty good trade good. I mean, I've also got these two over here, which could also make more babies, but we'll see. Also, let's try and get rid of those ravens. See if I can, because there's one over here. They are agitated, so I should be able to hit them. The other thing I need to do, actually, is just make sure everybody's in the burrow. Pretty soon here, I think I also need to enable the burrow, but let's, for right now, just do this. I may chain that cat up for its own safety. Or, like, pen pasture it in the tavern. Once again, for its own safety. Not today, but yesterday we had a pretty catastrophic one. Because I didn't really have a military yet, and it was 2 back-to-back. Yeah, so these just fly away, overcome by terror when they see us. Nobody's shot any bolts yet. Because these are agitated, but because they're not in a group anymore, they're not actively invading us. But if I can get rid of them, then we can get some more animals on the map. So far the biggest problem? It's harder to make weapons quickly. It's harder to not piss off the surface. Making bedrooms takes a lot more time. And artifacts are tricky. But that's about it, really. It's not really that much more difficult, per se. It's just a very different kind of challenge. They literally can't hit it. That's so fucking funny. I do think that Mark's dwarves need to be a little bit smarter about what they can target. It's like if it's not a creature on land, they're just like, oh, can't hit it. Oh, that's new. The were-giraffe, Baxaguspa, has come. A large giraffe twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow fuchsia. Its brown hair is short and even. You will know why you fear the night. Where the fuck is it? Okay, pretty far away. Pretty close to Cattle. Oh, I love that sprite. That sprite is so fucking good. Well, let's get the military up here. Although, who knows if they'll actually turn around. Let's also turn this on. They're seriously injured. With no combat logs. I'm wondering if it, like, attacked my last fort. Not seeing Colorbeard in there. I, too, get a wine climax when I finish the bottle. It's called a bad hangover. Metal Gear Snakes. Uh-oh. Have you been bit yet? Miss, miss, miss. Have you been bit yet? Miss, miss, miss. got pretty good dodging, seemingly. I've seen the Were-Giraffe sprite before, and I really like it. It's a good one. Uh-oh. Well, Cattle just splattered blood everywhere. Punched him. Oh, okay. Which tore apart the muscle. Okay, still hasn't been bit. He's just been punched. I have a feeling this dwarf ain't gonna make it, but we'll see. Oh, there you go. He's been bit. Our dwarf here has now been bit. Rest in peace there, dwarf. Meanwhile, Tarantos, the diagnoser, withdraws from society. He's not doing a very good job killing him. Like, you're supposed to kill this dwarf. Striking... Oh. So, our Were-Giraffe here is a wrestler. Has some skill in wrestling. And has acquired a sock, probably from that dwarf's foot that they're beating. And is now whipping them with the sock, going, I don't know, being a big bully, I guess? Just like, you know, licking the... Or like wetting the end of a towel and whip, whip, whip. Just on repeat. Meanwhile, on the other end of the map, Dorfus McGee here, Tyrantos, is a High Master Blacksmith, and I guess is going to make an item of some sorts. I've got a bigger problem, which is a Were-Neck, who is thwacking this dwarf with all its ability to thwack, and finally thwacked it to death, which is nice of him. Finally put that poor dwarf out of their misery. And now it is running towards the fortress at a pretty slow rate, and then returned to where it came and did... Please tell me you equipped it another thing. No, you didn't. Still wielding the sock, somehow, with its mouth, I presume. And I've got a dwarf doing questionable decisions, who is now going to probably die. Although, we'll see. Dodges several times, and is now jumping away, is now bleeding, and is presumably dead, afide. But even though they are dead, so appears to be the future of this giraffe, if you will. Hopefully. Because... Okay, never mind. They just became a goblin again. I will tell the dwarves to go kill it. Meanwhile, this goblin has how many kills in total? 25! I'm not hitting you. The sock is hitting you, pretty much. We've all been there. I also need to work on that wall a bit, because I keep seeing dwarves doing really silly things. Well, they're not going to get that. Let's instead just go find the other body, which is... up here, I think? Oh, yeah, there it is. And we're going to be in an ad break in 30 seconds, so I will pause the ads when stuff hits. Why, he bolted away? What do you mean? Why did the Were-Giraffe bolt away? Because we were shooting bolts at it? The Were-Giraffe puts it on its tongue. Yes! We got... we got another one of those agitated burbies. Which means there's only one left. There's always a way over here. Oh, looks like we got a flock of them. Hold up. Actually, why don't I just get you dwarves up here? And let's also turn this back on. Where are you going there, dwarf? Oh, you're collecting water? Yep. Figures. Run inside there, dwarf. It's okay, you got this. You can... Oh, did you just kill both of them? Oh my god, he did. Look at that. Steve here killed 2 ravens. Well, damn. Speaking of ravens, where's the rest of them? There's one over there still, doing nothing of value, really. Several just flapping around. Murder of ravens, more like. You mean birdemic? Although I don't know if I'd call that a horror movie. Also, I completely spaced about that ad break. My bad. I'm sorry. One of my dwarves killed several ravens, and that was about it. Let's get these bodies buried. Oh, not sure about that one then. Romanoid. Birdemic is absolutely a movie of all time. You know, one of the few times I've kind of fanboyed in my chat is when somebody in my chat was just like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I worked in I did camera work for Sharknado." It's one of the few times I've been like, "Really?" And you down here, Forest, okay. Cut gems. We can do that. We can do cut gems. Actually, let's use the crystal glass, which I only have one of. Uh-oh. More birds, I think. Yep. The birds attacks. I'm very worried that a dwarf is going to fall off the edge doing this. Oh no! They're just trying to hit it. Oh, there it goes. Whew. Does encrusted ammo do anything extra? It makes dwarves happy when they pick it up. That's quite literally it. Okay, so you live over there, Burb. And you're flapping around over here. Let's check your ammo. They all still have ammo. Oh, there's now only one. I guess the other one was God. Do they become were creatures themselves? Yep, that's how they spread. Uh-oh. Hogzilla's angry. Sparrow Man? The Captain Jack Sparrow Man? They're so cute. I actually feel kind of upset about this one. Oh, man. Oh, please tell me you have weapons. Ah, dang it. Such a disappoint. Well, that's, not a fair fight. Sing me this song, you're a sparrow man. Here comes another wave. Like, this is the problem with this fortress, is the fact that it's like, you know, this very, very exposed thing. That is the main issue that we're going to run into in this fortress. I always love it when things are lying down in midair. Dwarven fried sparrow. What, fried after encountering a dwarf? Whew. Also, oh, uh-oh, what's incoming now? Something is incoming. Could have just been this. Could also already just be dead. I need a wall here. Uh-oh. Well, I was waiting for that to happen. No. There's lots of animals you can train for war, but you can't train any animal for war. What's your swimming skill, Dwarf? So now when people ask, I can now say 1. They are a novice swimmer, though. How injured are you? Oh, fuck. You cannot breathe. Okay, well, they're going to die anyway. Okay. Well. People were waiting for this. So all I can say is it's here. We've made it. The point in time where I need to actually start building down. Quick drop on my ladder. Oh, man, I wish that was a thing. Okay, I also need to check my doctors. Because most of them, I think, are in the military. Need a new surgeon. Need another bone doctor. Don't have any stones available at the moment. Like in a wall grate or something? You can make terrariums and you can catch live fish. If you're asking if it's possible to cage trap them, yes, but you need to drain the space underneath them and they have to happen to fall into a cage trap. So like for bigger creatures like whales and stuff, you have to get very lucky, basically. Okay, so my expedition leader's injured. And I don't have a mayor just yet. Cool. How's the strange mood going? I think you need a second cut gem. Who's diagnosing? Also, gonna make a iron mechanism. Just one. I'm gonna do that so that I can make a well. I mean, eventually I would like to build some structures around that waterfall, but I mean, you know, pretty clear reasons that's going to be difficult. I'm going to try and make it right here, just so that during the process of building it, we can do that. And then we'll build over to, well, actually, I mean, I could just build right in front of it, but then stuff could climb in, so that would be kind of dangerous. Although, where's the edge of the waterfall? So, like, right there is where I could build it, but that would actually be super dangerous. I mean, it'd probably be pretty good for moods. Can stuff climb up your well buckets? No, not the well buckets, but stuff can fly in through the bottom of a well. I'm just sitting here traumatizing this sponge because I keep dropping corpses in front of it, which is actually really funny. I kind of wish we could build ladders out of rope. I kind of wish we could. You know, honestly, I don't think they do. I think that water being murder, or water being, like, almost certain death, is a very charming aspect of Dwarf Fortress that I personally really appreciate. Like, I get why some people don't like it, but... Snatcher! Think of the children. Oh, no. But I personally really appreciate that mechanic. I actually think it's kind of a lot of fun. Like, I do get why some people don't like it, but... I think water should be scary. You're not going to make it into the fort. There ain't no friggin' way. Another Snatcher, protect the childs. You have a cape? Oh, that's cool. What faction are you from, actually? The Cult of Contesting and the Torment of Passes. Okay. I feel like what I would do in Dwarf, if I was the developer of Dwarf Fort, is if I made humans playable, I would make the area that you build in way bigger, but the game only loads in 30 Z levels or 20 Z levels. So you have a lot more space to build in, like a 28 by 28 tile or something, but it's way less deep. Because that would fit within the Dwarf Fortress lore. Tyrantos, the Diagnoser, has created Oleronam Amagashon, an iron crutch, and offers it to the stupid Swamp of Stumps. We need it. Like, desperately, actually. Although it sucks to be the dwarf who has to use that one, because fuck, it's going to be heavy. This is an iron crutch. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with apple wood and encircled with bands of pear-cut crystal glass gems, and this object menaces with spikes of iron and clear glass. At least he didn't use the one platinum bar I had, because then it would have been even heavier. The doctor made the crutch? I don't think that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's why there aren't other playable factions. Like, every now and again, you'll see people say, why aren't they playable as default? It's silly. It's like, well, because, like, in order for them to be playable and make sense within the world or universe, at the very least, they would need a lot of pretty bespoke mechanics that the game doesn't currently account for, which, I don't know. I like that. You know, actually, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to deconstruct those and then I'll build it. Because right now that's just going to cause a cave-in if I try and deconstruct it in the future. It's wooden gums for if your grip slips. Oh yeah, no, it's important. Most certainly important. This fortress is so cool. I mean, it's kind of dangerous. Glad you think it's cool. Let's widen this up, make it a little bit safer for walking on. I feel like, it's me hypothesizing, elves would be more like an input-output management game. Like, you build certain tree, like, all they do is they grow trees, and then you have to specify what the tree's input-output is. And then there'd probably be some sort of sacrificing mechanic or something, or some sort of religious ritual mechanic or something to, like, account for keeping the force that your faction follows appeased so that you can maintain your powers, and then having to invade people that are destroying the forests would probably be... I never played any of the Warcraft games, so I couldn't tell you. I'm just bullshitting. Well, the thing is, they're only cannibals after fights, right? Like, the only time elves consume other sentients is after a battle. Which is actually kind of like an interesting bit of lore that I think just gets overlooked. They just get degraded into savages because people are mean. But I do think that they're much more interesting than that. The only elves you know about are Tolkien elves? Oh yeah, well, there's a lot of different varieties of elves. You're focused. You're actually pretty good in the military stuff. And you dream of mastering a skill. Okay, Jeweler, you can go join this squad. because I don't want you to make an artifact, and I'd rather have you in the military. But I need more weapons. Let's check bars. Got 3 iron. Let's make a bronze spear. Let's make 1. And bismuth bronze spear. Let's make 1. Was still just trying to finish making bedrooms, but here we are. See how many more I need. Probably too many. Oh, actually, not too many. We're all caught up. Nope. I don't even think... I know DFHack has stencils, but there is no copy-paste functionality in Dwarf. As I understand it, that and, like, undo buttons in video games are something that, like, aren't that difficult to develop, but you have to account for it from the beginning of development. Is kind of what... Like, it was something that came up a lot for Planet Coaster. I'm just going to use this to measure stuff. That's 26, so... Yeah, okay. Let's do it this way. Love an undo redo button. Yeah, I mean, like, the game that it came up a lot with was, there's a game called Parkitect, which is kind of like a spiritual successor to Roller Coaster Tycoon, and it's pretty great. However, it doesn't have any undo redo button mechanics, and when Planet Coaster released, a lot of people were like, hey, you should add an undo redo button, and they basically stated, like, we would have to rewrite the entire game from scratch. Like, we'd have to start over. So... How do I take care of myself while streaming? How does anybody take care of themselves working in an office job? By not being a moron? How do I answer that question? What? Clearly, you know, you spend all of your financial profits on hard drugs and don't ever sleep. Actually, I haven't smoked weed in a minute. It's been about 2 weeks. Why is this one tile getting stuck? That is odd. Odd, odd, odd. Weird, weird, weird. I'll stick an unrelated block right there and let them do... Uh-oh. It's an agitated raven. And then this dwarf just runs over and smack. Good hit, Moreb. Good job. Well done, dwarf. Smoke him if you got him, Merlin. I mean, I drank iced coffee, but I have a bottle of water here that I've been drinking. I don't know. That's like basically asking yourself, how do you take care of yourself while working an office job? Use your brain, don't be a moron, and take care of yourself. I also don't even stream that long these days. 10 hours isn't that long. 9 hours isn't that long. The average person has an 8-hour work day and a, 45-minute commute. So, if you think about it in that context, I don't work that long. And, you know, I don't have a commute. I don't drive to work. You know, earlier we were talking about how it's hard to tell sometimes, like, what questions are being asked in good faith. This is one of those, where it's like, I genuinely can't tell. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. From bed to chair? No, it's usually more like the commute from, like, how do I put this? Get up, usually make breakfast, drink coffee, take a shower, unless I don't feel I need a shower, or if I showered the night before. Then Merlin, I'll get to that in a sec. Then it's prep my lunch if I didn't do that the night before, make breakfast, eat it, make coffee, start drinking it, sit down, stream for 8 or 9 hours, finish stream, workout. Sometimes I'll go for a walk, sometimes I won't, it depends on the weather. And then go to bed at a reasonable hour and get up and do it again. I don't know. Never realized you can make blocks from lumber. The more you know. The wealth of knowledge this game has in store and hidden from you. Keep changing my mind as to what I'm actually going to do here. So you have an animal. Oh no, we're getting attacked by agitated capybaras. I think that it would be funny to name a giant sponge Lemon Field. A computer that works, more than 10 megabytes upload speed, and OBS. Don't use the weird forks of OBS that have paid for app stores in them. Just use OBS Studio. He is given a fight, or you could pay for XSplit if you're one of the 5 people who need the features that XSplit has that OBS doesn't. And you're not, so don't pay for XSplit. He is given to fights of fancy to the point of distraction. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. Galorp. We've caught an agitated capybara. I'm going to start training said agitated capybara. They're also in the river! What in the world? Why are they in the river? Memory is the real response to that. But, like, why are they in the river? They truly must be agitated. Are amphibious? I believe you? Question mark? I mean, those ones certainly are. They swim a lot like otters? Huh. Today I learned. I'm gonna make wooden grates. I don't need 10, but I'm gonna make 10. I will make them out of sand. Let's make them out of almond. That'll be a nice color. Aquabaras. That's funny. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16, not 17. Green, glass, window. Yeah. Sand. 16. 16. Like rat hippos? I mean, I would say they're more like beavers that skipped their engineering degree, but like, okay. Whereas marmots are just beavers that skipped school. Just in general, like entirely. I don't know why they're refusing to build this. One tile. You're welcome, I guess. Liberal arts majors. Marmots are just the local drunk. Cows or horses that skip the gym? I'd say it's more a donkey, but... True Freak, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I was about to stumble over my words there horrendously, but I saved it. There's just a dead raven head there? Great. Actually didn't need to do it this way. I could have just, like, had them already fortified, but... Drive-by gifting, not actually driving. Yeah, please don't drive and gift subs. Please don't drive and use your phone, actually. Carpenter's been found dead. Only just now? Or is there two now? Nope, only just now. Well then. Wooden corkscrew. Wooden pipe. The poor sponge that I'm just constantly terrifying. Its name's Poutine. I should probably make a better method of getting rid of bodies, actually, because this is just getting worse and worse and worse constantly. Actually, no, another dwarf did fall in here. Well, I think. No, please scar that sponge. It's a good name to scar. I mean, I would say what's wrong with Poutine, but I know the joke you're making, so I won't actually say. Okay, so when this gets done, I'm going to build a bridge along here. And then I'm going to try and put grates along this. So let's hope this works. I'm going to try and make this as safe as I can, but there's going to be no way to make this perfectly safe. Eventually, yeah. I mean, what I actually want to do is dam the river. Frank, that is actually the plan. Is, you know, have you guys ever played a little video game? Some people quite like it a lot. It's called Timberborn. Kind of trying to do that. Because I have unlimited wind and unlimited water, meaning like making a huge dam here would actually be pretty reasonable. And also digging down here might actually be easier once they get to the bottom, because at the very least, you know, they'll have lots of mist sprayed at them. You were thinking Aquapark Tycoon? Okay, so that's one of us. Currently it's in the hospital. Currently it is in the hospital. So now that that's done. Now we wait. And let them get to it. Not gem window. Glass window. We can start placing those. Why do I want grates at the bottom? I want 2 sets of grates, actually. Actually, I put that on the wrong level, shit. I want grates at the lowest level, and I want grates 1 level above. Because I can pump water. So, if I have grates here, the water can flow straight through. If I have grates up here, the water can flow straight through. So if I have grates here, and grates here, at least in the current game, when sieges are added, this might change. Nothing can really get in unless they end up on top of it. And even then, there's not much reason for them to end up on top of it. So simply put, it's like a way to stop agitated animals from getting into the fortress. Siegers could probably still get through because a lot of things could topple them. But it's a way to stop agitated animals from getting into the fortress, and also a way to stop dwarves from drowning. Because they'll fall and they'll just tunk land on the grates, and then be able to get back into the fort. And if they're down here, then the water will just flow past and it won't be an issue. That's why I want grates at the bottom. What is the block I have the most of, actually? It's willow, looks like. Willow it is. Safety? What's that? I don't think dwarves speak safety. Did you guys see water appear there? How did water get all the way over there? Hold on. Oh, it's an actively leaking aquifer. Huh. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Like, straight up, that's pretty dope. That is pretty cool. Also, I need more floor grates than I initially queued up. Yeah, water is periodically just coming out of the walls. Did a dwarf just run away in fear? Oh, yep. I don't know from what. Please tell me it's the agitated capybara. Please. Oh my god, it's the agitated capybara. I wonder if I can even shoot them. Probably. That's too fucking funny, man. Okay, well. Also, I don't know how that water got there. I guess some water must have spilled out from here. Oh, that's so fucking funny, man. Okay, well. Queuing green tea has given birth to a baby boy. Congratulations. Let's see if the Mark Dwarves can shoot down from up here. Maybe from over here? Nope. You're shooting at something. Oh. They can hit him. I mean, be proud of your digital, not you self. Or, you know, every now and again, you'll see a parent in Dwarf Fortress who's disgusted after becoming a parent. Or concerned. I always feel seen. Let's actually send them over here. See, maybe I could send them to the end of this very precarious... Holy shit. Well, at least that works. Is it dead yet? Did you get the Bara? Nope. Goddamn Cappy, man. Like you've never felt before? Yeah, I believe it. But I respect it. Well, it seems to have gone far enough away that it's not as much of an issue, so... Let's just go back to this. This also needs to be finished. That's a little concerning, this slowly filling up with water, because water could push dwarves into the... like, off of this, which I don't really want to have happen, so... I'm just gonna, you know, do my best to make this as safe as I can. And then you should be getting constructed now in a more real way. Is there a baby in the squad? You cannot put a baby in the squad, but if there's a mother with a baby who is in a squad, then they will carry their baby while in the squad. But you can't put a baby in the squad. I need a bunch more barrels while we're at it. These are going to be hard to build because water is just falling down so much. The good news is, though, as dwarves walk through here, they're going to be getting a lot of happy thoughts. So that part's good. That's maybe the only really good thing about this. Just a reminder to everybody, because of the day of the week, today is one of those days where I will need to end a little bit earlier, because I'm going to... yeah, there goes that. Because I will be going to the garden that I get my CSA from, which is basically veggies that I paid for at the beginning of the year. I got that the last day of that today. So I will be going to that, and they have like a year-end party thing. And I was kind of like not sure if I was going to go because the weather was supposed to be shit, but it's just gotten sunny in the last 20 minutes. So I will probably be ending a little bit earlier than I normally do on Tuesdays. I do still have over an hour left, but I will be going to that because I would, one, like to get my veggies that I paid for, and I kind of want to go to their year-end thing because I kind of want to see if I can volunteer for them next year. So we'll see. But it's also the last veggie day of the year, so I'm going to miss it. That'd be sick. Yeah, no, it's certainly a neat thing. It's cool to have it close by, that's for sure. I just got to get really lucky with the timing of these. Keep on expecting to go down one and just see a dwarf stuck down here. But not yet. It's too much water. Because they can only construct it successfully if it's 1 water deep. So when there's 2 or 3 water there, it's too deep. And they won't be able to construct it. Or if they see something scary, then they can't construct it because they get spooked and they run away. There you go. Got that one done. This needs to get done. Then you. And you. I'm also going to take a risk and turn off the burrow. Actively pumping water from a river to place things down is one of your favorite activities in Dwarfport. It's a dangerous activity. Let me, what? How long have you been there? Now that I don't even, that's a, okay. Well, at the very least, we're still working on these. So we can get that body pumped out of here. Like, I don't even know how long that dwarf has been there. I'm going to... Deconstruct this and put a well right there. How you doing, Clino? How's things? So how many times have you been asked in the last 24 hours if there's a... if the update is out yet, or if there's a release date for it? Clino is one of the few people who understands me. But, you know, with the whole subreddit and all. At least after the mod jam? Yeah. Yeah. That or like right before the mod jam. Because then all the mods would have to be compatible with it, but after the mod jam would make more sense. Although the two things are probably happening completely in, like, how do I put this? The two things are probably happening completely independently of one another. Excuse me? There's just an agitated raven skeleton on that coffin. That's a little grim. All right. Well, maybe not just yet, actually. Let's put a floor tile here. Except actually I'm going to put a wall at the end there and then set you to floor again. And once I've done this, I may actually have to deconstruct that first piece up there, but there's a game called Goblin Camp where you can't dig that was inspired by Dwarf that was ASCII, if that's what you're thinking about. I mean, probably. There's like 250 trillion mods that either sexualize the kobolds, make the kobolds useful, which they shouldn't be, or like make them playable in some ways that would probably result in like not really being able to dig much. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Huh? I'm not actually sure what's happening here. Oh, are we just fighting with giant sparrows? Well, sorry, Adil. Rip. I need to maybe dam this up here. Because we appear to be getting attacked by agitated giant sparrows, which are actually kind of mean. You have a creature idea? You should do it. Why not? If you're debating on joining, you should just join. That's my actual advice. Kind of just want to send the squad out here. Because they're all like, well, actually they're all running away in terror. We don't do that. Let's just hope things don't go bad. Uh-oh, that's a lot of blood. Let's just hope things don't go bad. Yeah-huh. What are we butchering? Agitated giant wild sparrow corpse. Got it. Got it. Time to go and operate some pumps. Pumpity-wumpity. You know, this might be my Dwarven Healthcare Center. Because, yes, they're seeing dead bodies, but hear me out. They're seeing a pile of dead bodies, but they're also getting to practice a skill and getting sprayed by water. They get a shower, they get the satisfaction of work, and they're getting misted. We murked him with spears. Is what happened to the little sparrowman. These are giant sparrows in untamed wilds. But, I don't know, all birds are mean. Isn't that like the internet theory thingy? About birdables? Let's hope that this doesn't... These shouldn't cave in. I don't think. You know, I'm actually just going to make these as floors first because I don't trust any of this. Because these act as... Building on top of pumps is tricky. Okay, so there is no water down here. It's very consistently river there. Very consistently no river there. So I'm going to deconstruct this one at the end. But all those bits and pieces right there are kind of killing it. For the moment. So this may actually be a better spot. Okay, what the fuck's going on upstairs? Ah! I was like, what? Man, there's a problem here. I think I found it. Everybody's like stunned and exhausted, and there's a giant birdie that's like fighting with me. That seems to be a bit of an issue. It doesn't seem like many people are injured. A lot of people are very tired and overexerted, like, you know, this old Dwarfy here. Thankfully, like, you know, I think we won. Uh-oh. I was wrong. Those don't act as roofs. Those do not act as roofs. Please shut the water off yesterday. Thank you. Whew. I don't think anybody died in that. I don't think so. Not that I'm seeing. Oh, someone did. Yeah, I need to dam this river. That's what I need to do. I need to dam both of them. Although, actually, what's your swimming skill here, Dwarf? Novice swimming? They might make it out. If their swimming skill goes above novice, they may actually survive. But we'll see. Nope. All right, I gotta drain this river. That's what we gotta do. Stop it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We go to the end of this, get rid of that. And I'm just gonna go across. The question is, how the fuck am I gonna power this? That is the question. How the fuck do I power this? Probably water wheels? This is now primary concern. Numero uno. Nature be damned. Uh-oh. Question is, where's that Agi Burby? You're over here. This is the most important job in the fort, probably. Pew, 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 pew. There they go. Flying wild boar bone hits the sparrow on the head, tearing apart the muscle. Oh, wait, no, never mind. You didn't even hit it. What are they shooting? It's got to be close. I don't see anything, but they're hitting something. I don't see bolts. It's like I don't even know what they're shooting at. It's like I know that they're shooting bolts. I don't actually know what they're shooting at. Well, we'll find out. It's currently... I've got an agitated wild sparrow who is pretty much at the other end of the map. And probably coming at us occasionally. And I've got an angry capybara who lives in the river. He seems nice. Couldn't you just put a bunch of water wheels? Certainly, but that won't really help me block the thing. I'm kind of trying to figure out how I need to position said water wheels, I guess, is maybe the better way of putting it. It's like, how do I position the water wheel so that this doesn't become an immediate problem, I guess. Because there's two ways I could dam this. I could pump the water back on itself. That's way number one. Or I could push it over and then go underneath it. I think pushing it over and then going underneath it is probably the way to do it. Which would mean I need to build two strips like this across. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. That's probably the way to do it. How was all the dwarves today? Aside from the massive amounts of death, pretty good. Pretty good. You know, aside from like the constant problem of people keep dying. Actually, I've got a better idea. I've got a better idea. Also, water wheels are really difficult. because I have basically no mechanisms. Let's make 6 copper mechanisms. Yes. Is the actual only answer to that question is just yes. Both. Some are part A, some are part B. It's like I was able to get the ones below build. I should be able to get these ones built too. Okay, what's scaring them? Yeah, it's just this thing. Okay, so... sending the military up here. Because this thing keeps swooping at us. Did I get a mayor yet? Nope. I'll get a full screen pop-up when that happens. At least that's how I have it set. Which will probably happen in spring, so very soon. But I'm probably just going to give it an office and then ignore them, largely. Because realistically, that's all I can afford to do at the moment. Let's just cycle around. You're making copper mechanisms. Which I personally always feel like is a bit of a waste, but here we are. I can do this. Yeah, I basically have no stone. So, like, the only way I can really make mechanisms drop a wall in water, that doesn't do anything. Does the map have no wind? It doesn't matter. If I have to transport the power and I need as much as possible. I don't have a lot of space. Wind requires a lot of space. This is much more space and location efficient based on, like, what the game has given us here. So this is going to be a more effective solution than using wind. Period. Like, kind of no exception. Also, we're about to get hit by ads, so I will pause the game, and I won't lie about it this time and actually do it. Game paused. But yeah, because I can't make stone mechanisms, I'm kind of like... I'm not going to say SOL, but I do have some copper, so I'm making mechanisms out of copper, which are also made at stoneworker shops. The difference is they require charcoal to make them. Nope, I'm just extraordinarily distracted by everything that's going on in front of my face right now. Is there a spare planter? Probably. I mean, here's the thing. If I don't notice it right away, which I certainly didn't, at me. I'm exceptionally distracted by this. Just at me. Don't be like, I'm getting ignored! Because I'll be honest with you, I haven't really looked at chat in the last 8 minutes, and you requested that 4 minutes ago, so. No farmer. Planter. Or planters. What do you want? What else do you want? We have crafters. I also am literally doing no farming, by the way. All of my food is coming from surface gathering. I don't have any designated brewers, but there are 2 dwarves that are currently brewing, and one of them is a bad idea to have because they're a gem setter. And if they ask for rough gems, then they die. Then what do you want? Do you want a beard? Do you want no beard? Life will be much easier if we start there. That's good. Please stay there. Injured bird. Ability to fly lost. Perfect. Still waiting. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Hello, X-Flam. How are you? Getting low on plants, though? Not low on drinks or food. Have plenty of other things. I'm also, I don't think that fruits are considered plants. They might be, but that's where most of my booze are coming from. I'm watching the numbers. If the numbers start to become a problem, this is the bigger priority right now. So if we start to run into issues, I will 100% about face and refocus on gathering, but I'm not super concerned at the moment. Ready to play some Dark Souls 3? The third of the darkest of souls. You're just an over-hoarder when it comes to food? I mean, that's fair. It's a legitimate thing to want. So I'm going to need to redirect most of this to somewhere else. And there ain't a ton that I can do to actually do that at the moment. I mean, also, I will say most people in Dwarf Fortress, I think, over-hoard food. Or at least more than they need to. Yeah, it's funny. There will be times where, like, I have 30 dwarves and people are like, you have less than 10 drinks! I'm like, I have 30 dwarves. No beard, not Gen Setter. Got it. You can have a Thresher. That's kind of a farmer. Did you have a dwarf in this fort on day one? I can't remember. Hey, chat. You got one job to do when somebody resubs. Let's post some beers. Can we get a round of beers in the chat for Rat Radis? Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. YouTube folks, you guys can hit the party button if you like. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is intellectually stubborn and rarely changes her mind during a debate regardless of its merits. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And she is stubborn. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she doesn't handle stress well. She likes to take it easy and occasionally can overindulge and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally greatly respects shrewd and cooperation and the shrewd and guileful and values family and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Beer at 7:30 a.m. Good morning. She likes limestone and bismuth. That reminds me of when I worked night shift. I would often have a beer when I got home in the morning. She likes limestone, bismuth, and turquoise, and sparrow bone, and the color eucalyptus. Squares, low boots. Large gems, toy hammers, llamas for their jutting teeth. In the words of the inquisitive nature, and when possible prefers to consume white spotted puffer, and one-humped camel cheese, and pearl millet beer. And acada seeds. And absolutely hates jumping spiders. By the way, there will be a stream tomorrow. Just a heads up. In case you were wondering or maybe didn't know. Vengeful. Is there a scary burp? Angry Bara. Well, it's not you. So I presume it's you? Have you regained the ability to fly? Well, that's annoying. That was a bad place to tell him to station. We're now saving. It's early spring. I guess that means I like streaking. Well, I mean, hey, who doesn't? It's the reason they had to make it illegal. What's up with that random question mark at my name? Kyle the Husky Pup. And also, it's the first time you said something, so. What do you want to know? What if I gave you a table named, or a shrubbery named Ni? Quengali. It's actually the reason I wish that I could name a tree. Let's go back to schedule. That's good. They'll just keep patrolling. Let's also go here. Yeah, I'm gonna back it up. That's the way we'll do this. This is gonna be horrific for frame rate, but who cares, really? That's certainly not a word that I've ever seen written. Rat-ratus. For whatever that's worth. Maybe a common word somewhere, but I've never seen it before, so it's a new one to me. But, you know, you see new words every day, right? It's part of the fun of language. I'll be honest with you. I've literally never watched Blackadder. I saw half of one episode once, and I was entirely too young to watch Blackadder. And I thought it was really boring because I was entirely too young to watch Blackadder. And aside from that, I've never watched Blackadder. You see new words every day. That's one way to always be surprised about life, I suppose. The furnace operator has been taken by a Fey mood. It's always the furnace operators. Okay, so these just get suspended, I guess, whenever the bird flies over. Which isn't ideal, but I'll take it. Furnace operator. Who also appears to just be running around randomly. Do I not have a workshop that you could use? Oh, never mind. You claimed a completely unrelated location. You want raw clear glass. I have that. Oh, my bad. They want rock blocks. You're made out of a Galena block. I will deconstruct you, because that's all I got, man. It's literally all I got. Looks like a rock block, but not rocky enough. Also, the elves have come to trade, because we've now hit 50. We have hit 50 dwarves. We're not currently at 50 dwarves, but we have hit. You want raw clear glass, okay. Clear glass blocks. I think those are all probably in construction. So let's go down to over here. Let's grab you. I need potash. You make potash from lye, please. Okay, I don't have lye. Make lye. Make potash. God damn it. You make potash from truth? Oh my god, that's crazy. Are you telling me that you can tell the truth from the lie? I'm kind of tempted to buy a singular grown cage from the elves and then only sell them animals in that grown cage. That might actually be the only way to really train them or trade with them consistently. Okay, so they're going to make that. Because I can't sell them anything made of glass. I can basically sell them cloth, I guess, like plant cloth. That's pretty much all I can do. It's pretty much all that I can do. Okay, so now that's there. Let's go clear glass block. What the fuck? Oh, do I not have charcoal? I don't have charcoal. Okay, well. Hey, chat. I need to take a piss. Let me know if something terrible happened while I was gone. You guys can follow one of my dwarves on patrol. I will be right at the back arena. Alright, doesn't look like anything too terrible's happened. Nobody's dead, so that's good. Anyone else playing old school RuneScape? I could tell you for a fact I haven't logged into old school RuneScape since 2011. Because I got a new computer in 2012, and the last time I did it was on my old laptop. You're trying to make Pearl Ash, which you can't make because you don't have any of this. Why is there a dead duck? I'm sorry, what? We're getting agitated drakes, chat. So I guess we've reignited the greatest rap battle in history because we've got agitated drakes. That was a quick piss. I was in a rush. Wow. Let's make sure everybody's in this. And I'm also going to get these dwarves patrolling Route 2. Yep, here they go again. Here come the big birds. Military stabbing them to death. My dwarfs will go on. You know, actually, if I do this... No, okay, that's not what he needs. It's not something that's just out of access range. It's literally just this. There we go. Just need to make a clear glass block. Just a clear glass block. I mean, how else are we gonna clear glass block that road? I mean, I could also just deconstruct one of these, but that would be too easy. Just giant wild boars come fucking flying through, man. There's just bolts flying everywhere. Okay, stuff's in abject chaos right now. I don't even know what that bone is. Oh, okay, that was an agitated giant sparrow skeleton. What else is attacking us? Okay, so we got agitated giant sparrows. We've got just agitated giant sparrows. Okay, could be a lot worse. Maybe we're past the oh fuck worst of it, you know? Can I butcher some animals maybe? Okay, well, it's a shame. Shows up in Comic Sans, that's funny. Shoutouts to whatever person at YouTube thought that would be funny, because you know what, they're right. Oh, I thought the kiddo there was like opening up the well, but no. Okay, let's go over here and just throw in a glass window. Have you made... You did. Okay. Nope, that's not what you need. Okay, what else do you need? Rock blocks. Fuck you! Dastai, you can die. I don't need... I'm just not gonna worry about it. He needs shells. I ain't giving him fucking shells. I got bigger problems with this fort, and fishing ain't one of them. He says that as he makes a fishing zone. Because I can actually make a fishing zone now. Still a ridiculous ask from any sane dwarf. Worth their salt, but we'll do it. I'm also going to go up to here. Fishery. I hate this. All right, speaking of hating this, let's unforbid some jobs. And also chat room, I'm very sorry I'm not doing a great job reading chat, but this fort has gotten really tense and there's a lot going on. So I'm doing my best here. I appreciate you. I do see the chat's moving. I'm not ignoring either chat. And for once, the YouTube folks can't accuse me of ignoring just them because I'm also ignoring Twitch. Let's get rid of that. Let's also go wooden corkscrews. I just say fucking 25 of them. Wooden pipes. Let's also say 25 of them.
Willolo.
Well, Falk, thank you very much for the 14th month. Appreciate you. You know, unironically, I can't remember the last time I had a dwarf that demanded shells. I'm usually so vigilant about making sure that shells aren't something that they need. I should also mention that we are $25 away from the daily minimum today, but we're doing all right. No complaints here, gotta say. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you are watching and lurking. And chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for Falk for keeping that sub alive for 14 months? You know you can just, like, deconstruct the workshop, right? Radis? You can just do that. Like, you don't need to do whatever this collapsible workshop bogus is. You can just deconstruct the workshop. Just in case you were unaware. They must fall into the abyss for failing you? I mean, then I guess you're just putting stuff on top of, like, what is it called? Supports. I was actually thinking about using supports as part of defense for this fort. I feel like I should make a burrow down here in the future once stuff's sealed off enough. So this right now needs 70 power, that's got 400. And these are made of what? Applewood? I like the look of the applewood. I think it looks quite nice. Shap9, thank you very much for the 7th month as well. Appreciate you. Oh, I think I'm also getting outside of the burrow. Yeah, I am, in fact. Oh. I've got several elite marks dwarves fighting a duck. I don't think that's a fair fight, but who am I to judge? Can you make blocks from wood? You remember seeing that? Okay, sure, but if they specifically state that they need stone blocks for an artifact, making them out of wood does not make that stone. Nor does it fix the issue, right? Like, the issue here is they want stone blocks. Of course I can make blocks out of wood. I'm doing that constantly right now. But, like, it doesn't fix the problem if the issue is I need a specific material. On the barrel? I don't know. They're trying to climb a wall and wanting to play. It's just a child being indecisive. There's really not much more to it than that. I think I'm actually just going to do this all the way along here and just put a wall. You're rooting for the ducks? Probably wise, actually. Based on, like, the average Dwarven Fortress success, if you were to, like, look at, like, big picture kind of success rates, I would say that the duck probably has an average higher success rate than the Dwarven Fortresses as a whole. Let's also go up one right here. Actually, that's not what I want to do. Let's get rid of all of this. But I am going to build them up to here. Another dwarf was found dead drowned. Cool. 2 dwarves are about to drown. Awesome. What happened to the first one? Why'd you end up in the water? You get spooked by something? Ah, giant agitated raven. He do be raven. Here's hoping they start opening fire sooner than later. It's also raining, so these dwarves are losing all of the blood that's covering their bodies. All right, so I need to enclose this is what I really need to do. So I'm gonna, I think, build a wall piece over to here. Or not a wall piece, but like a floor piece. Need 30 blocks. Use sand pair. I shouldn't have built all this. This is a bit too overly ambitious. I'm also gonna just take a peek. Okay, I still got tons of logs alive. Grumpiest dwarf. They're both already named. Do you want the 3rd grumpiest dwarf? Third grumpiest? Okay. Literally never. Mostly never. I don't generally care vigilant. If you have a question for me about like when do I min-max, the answer is almost always going to be I don't, outside of like some very specific circumstances like masterwork weapons. But I basically never do that. He personally doesn't respect a society that can settle into harmony without debate and strife, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes allanite and fine pewter, as well as diamond, moon snail, as well as red diamond, moon snail tooth, paper, leather, armor, and millstones, ducks for their quacks, petals for their cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume bumblebee, anchovy, and blackberry wine, and milk, and goat's milk, and maize flour, and absolutely hates moon snails. Wait, what? Hold on. You like moon snail tooth, but you hate moon snails? Probably because they're not letting you have their teeth. He's married to an axe dwarf, and also is an axe dwarf, and has a daughter who lives here and is not dead, which is kind of a miracle. Welcome to the fort, rat. Yeah, I'm a bad person to ask about min-maxing because generally I just don't care. Also, unfortunately, Goat, the giant piggy, has died of some probably natural cause, and it's a damn shame, and I'm crying forever. And currently, it's just agitated giant ravens, it looks like. Also, chat room, we did get a resub from Shap9, and they did not get many beers. Can we fix that, please? You guys are absolutely failing your beer quota when people resub today. Just saying. I'm also going to make this into a spot where they can clean themselves. I'm actually just going to make this as like a temporary wall. Anything to just like slow them down at this point. least I have some of the flooring I need for this. These are going to kind of be problems. I don't know how many clear glass blocks I have at the moment. Just 2. Leave them. You had a great beer IRL? Really? What kind of beer? I haven't had a beer since Monday. Yeah, I had a beer on Monday. It was pretty good. Got to have some beers that I haven't had in a while. Nothing fancy. Just brands that are harder to get over here. That I haven't seen in a minute. Giant Raven, where is it? Okay, the dwarves seem to have found it. And have now turned it into no longer alive. Raven. That is also giant. Thankfully, the Mark dwarves are pretty effective at all of this. This is just going to require some literal bashing face against wall. Would there be any they get a higher thought getting water from a well than they do getting water from not a well. So if you build a well, then they get a better happy thought. Versus getting water from not a well. I think it's also because they like to make wishes while as to using the well. That's my theory, anyway. Your mom came for the weekend and on Thursday, and then you couldn't stand having a couple. We could. I'm not exactly sure like what you're describing. Are you saying that you don't like lagers or that you do like lagers? I do like a good lager, but it has to be well made. I find that a lot of lagers can just be kind of like forgetful and uninteresting. I need them to do a little bit more. But if I've had plenty of lagers I like. I mean, right now there's a one of my favorite beers is actually a lager. One of my favorite local beers, I guess, is a lager. And it's made 2 blocks from me. Oh, yeah. No, that's the whole point of this fort so far is just unpleasant surroundings. The map wants to murder me, and there's giant angry birds everywhere. And right now I'm trying to dam the big river. Because if I'm able to dam the big river, then I can most likely and I say most likely because it's not guaranteed. I can most likely get those bodies out and make this thing safer. I am of the opinion that there is good beer to be had literally everywhere in the world, Ratus, and that beer elitism is silly and just makes people less interested in making beer locally themselves. Every single place I've ever been in the world, I've managed to find good beer. Sometimes it requires a little bit of digging, but I have always managed to find good beer somewhere. Which is one of the reasons why whenever I see people going on about how Germany is the only country that makes good beer, or like basically just being silly elitists against any particular beer, I just want to like grab them by the forehead and poke them in the nose. I shouldn't be using clear glass for this, so I'm actually going to deconstruct a bunch of these. All right, now we'll let them work on that. We'll unforbid this. I'm also going to start throwing some floor grates down here. I think I can go over those. Although actually, I guess, presuming you consider it beer, but I guarantee you someone's going to turn their nose up the literal second I say this. The beer I've had recently is a alcohol-free beer. Or the last beer I had, which was yesterday, technically, I guess, is an alcohol-free beer, which is actually pretty good. It's like 0.5% or something in its actual alcohol quantity. And it's like just kind of a sour thing. It's kind of like nondescript. It's like a berry sour, but it's like actually really good. So I quite enjoy that thing, which I've been trying to drink more on work nights. Just for, you know, the obvious reasons. You know, health, etc. The general reasons why people try to be healthy. Is this in the burrow? Is that the issue? Yeah. Yes, it is. Well, that should get done eventually. You personally can't stand Kolsch? Did you know that Kolsch is a lager? But most lagers aren't a Kolsch? I don't know. I like Kolsch's. I've had Kolsch's I don't like, though. Alcohol-free Guinness is really good. If you say so. I don't think any Guinness is particularly good, but I think you would probably have to like Guinness. I don't like Guinness. So I think, like, in order for me to like the alcohol-free Guinness, I would have to like Guinness. YouTube chat? Majestic? You know, if I was going to farm anywhere, it'd probably be down here. Ah, you got stricken by melancholy. Typical. You picked up some new Glarious products. They have an exclusive beer that has juice of 1/2 pound of cherries. The brewery that I'm really close to has won a bunch of awards for their raspberry sour. And the reason it's won a bunch of awards is because there's a lot of like berry sours and fruited sours and stuff like that that are largely just like flavoring or like a lot of artificial flavoring. And this one, like, the amount of berries that they use to make one batch of this stuff is kind of incredible. It's like actually a little bit astonishing. Some migrants have arrived. I'm surprised it doesn't say despite the danger yet. I'm like actually kind of surprised it doesn't say that. To 56 dwarves again? Well, that's good. More meat for the meat grinder. Recently, when you bring alcohol-free beers to parties, some people start being dicks, but in the end, most get one eventually by the end of the night. I think that, I don't know. I think it's very easy to turn your nose up at an alcohol-free beer that tastes like shit. Personally. And I've certainly had ones that taste like objectively awful. Especially like a lot of the the chemically removed alcohol-free beers, but just the really, 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 really low percent alcohol-free beers I think are kind of fine. They don't bother me at all. But that's kind of where I draw the line. Like I look at it and if it's like 0%, I probably won't like it. Because I think a lot of the stuff that's 0% is just like, it's when they use chemicals to remove the alcohol. But the 0.5% stuff actually I think is quite enjoyable. Because it ends up with a pretty similar flavor, or at least a comparable flavor, which is all I really want. I just want it to do a good job like mimicking the real thing. Without like, you know, tasting bad. The British ales are one of your favorites, they're usually 3 to 4. Or you mean like a Belgian table beer kind of thing? I don't think I've ever had specifically a British ale because like they don't really import them over here. Why did that get deconstructed? What? Did I do that like on reflex or something? I must have. Yeah, I can't say that I've ever had a British ale because I've never been to the UK. And they don't generally get imported here, although there is a pretty frequently imported ale from Scotland that might be similar because it's a similar alcohol percentage. But I've had plenty of table beers that I quite like over the years. It's all Willow. Let's see if I can keep it Willow. Which are usually around that percent. And by that percent, I mean like a pretty low percentage of alcohol. Willow. You making a dam? Yep. Don't tell the beavers. I'm stealing their territory. I'm going to put them out of a job. I'm coming for that Timberborn money. An Aussie bar? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what would be in an Aussie bar. No idea. Or what would be required for it to be considered an Aussie bar. Because I kind of live on the other end of the world. Not literally, but pretty close to it. About as far away as you can be. I mean, for Canada, it would just be like Molson Canadian, right? Which, it's a macro beer. What can I say? I'm not going to pretend that I like it. But I won't say that it's undrinkable. Oh. Huh. And as if things couldn't get any worse. Well, that sucks. We've got a vampire, friends. We've got ourselves a vampire. See if I can just find them and then expel them. Problem is, everybody's seen a raven's dead body. It's definitely not that baby. I'm after seeing Katin's dead body. And a pretty decent drink. Definitely came in that last migrant wave. Actually, do I have a mayor yet? They'll probably just get elected mayor. We'll just wait. Oh, 2. Wow, they've been busy. Jeez. Man, somebody killed 2 people back to back. Okay, that's something. Oh shit, my diagnoser's injured. Oh. Sorry, actually it was 3. It was 3. Horrified after seeing Ezem die, horrified after seeing Ast die, horrified after seeing the third one die. 0 kill. Yep, found you. Get out. Yeah, I'm just gonna expel you. That's the last thing I really have time to be worrying about right now. Yeah, that's definitely you. Oh, hey. I know you. This dwarf was in the Mountain of Dyes. They were in my last fort. I locked them in a room for like a decade. It's good to see you. Maybe longer, actually. Maybe 15 years. I mean, heck. Anyway, get out. Goddamn criminal. There's the third one. 1, 2, 3. The question is... Nope, I do not, in fact. I guess I deserved that one, hey? It's like a long time payback. Do not, in fact, have enough tombs. They found a spoon to dig out with. Oh yeah, that was a feeding frenzy. That was a very hungry vampire. What's funny is I could have just like stared at the dwarves coming in and I probably would have spotted them, but turns out I'm a wee bit busy down here. Somebody's got to prune that population a wee bit though. I do not really have the capacity at the moment to set up a captain of the guard and do that properly. Normally I would, but not right now. I think that's understandable, yeah? I mean, look at this place. I'm not going to say it's cursed, but we're certainly not making this easy on ourselves. Especially considering now I've got ghosts. Heidi from midnight in Sweden. Hello! How's tomorrow? From today's perspective. Hopefully good. So there's a problem. I need more wood. Thankfully, there's only 2 giant agitated ravens left, but I still need more wood. So I'm gonna expand this a little bit. Maybe actually not that much. It's a bit much. Let's not worry about the other side. Just this area. And I'm going to send these dwarves out here. Go get them. Go get them, Chief. Chiefs, plural. Oh, I also have no miners at the moment, which I do actually need in order to dig. Or not to dig. In order to dig through old buildings and deconstruct walls. So those are kind of critical to have a few of. You know, I am, like, amazed at how positive the moods are, all things considered. Like, every time they come down here, they literally see this. It's like just a billion animal dead bodies. Yet they all seem to be kind of fine. I guess it's like a exposure therapy or something, maybe. What if I, like, start putting walls along here? Maybe. Maybe I can do something with this. Friday is the best. Well, that's fair. Yeah, it makes sense. I could see it. That's too much, Willow. Not just yet. We'll get there. You know, actually, I'm just going to deconstruct this because I don't need it anymore. Block this off. Block that off with whatever this is, sandpaper. And then I'm just going to start building roofs out of here, actually. You work third shift, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fair. I used to be like that, sort of. Or, like, I would always think it was the day after. Like, the way I would stay sane is, like, I would never refer to, like, the day that I woke up on as the day that it was. It was always the following day was the day that it was. It was the only way that I could maintain some sense of sanity. Otherwise, I just would slowly go nuts. Not even slowly, like, rapidly go nuts. I need to go down to here. There's a dead giant crow over there. I just killed another raven. At least they're just normal ravens. Those are very killable. Up to 5 kills, queuing green team. Let's go back to just patrolling route 2. They want a Craftsdwarf guild. Guys, I'm sorry, but not right now. I'll just leave that up there so I don't forget about it, though. We'll get to it. We will get to it. But first, we have other bigger problematic things. Okay, you're sitting there fishing. So ideally, the way this is going to work is I'm going to push enough of the water back towards the way it came that I should be able to run down beneath it, down here, and build a wall across. And a bridge. But, because there's also water coming down from up here, I may also have to then move this stuff, this water, with another source of power in another spot above ground, up at the top of the giant chasm. So we'll do what we have to do, and hopefully we can get it done quickly and smoothly. Once all this all the way across here is done, the other thing that I could theoretically do is, like, build, like, a supported roof along here and a wall, and then use this, like, actually as some sort of defensive thing. We'll see. Heading to bed? Have a good stream. I mean, so far, I hope not that many dwarves have drowned in the stream, so yeah, it seems like it's been a pretty good stream. This is all sandpear wood. You would collapse if constructed, but wouldn't be constructed. What's the plan with the Omega Dam? To get the bodies out of the dam. A bunch of dwarves fell in there. I was kind of planning on damming this river eventually anyway, but a bunch of dwarves all fell in at once, and there's a bunch of ghosts on the map now, and I can't make slabs, so I don't have any way of getting rid of the ghosts at the moment. So I need to get those bodies buried. So I'm trying to get the bodies buried and get the issues dealt with. Moist, honorable death, indeed. And besides, it's been a long time since I've done large-scale water constructions like this that are just plain old silly. So, you know, in some ways, it's good to be back, you know? Like, I think the last big-scale water nonsense I did in a fort was probably the Moses machine, which, if my memory serves, is like over a year ago at this point, right? Like, literally over more than a year ago. I have zero interest in Stone Shard. I actually have a video half scripted called why I don't like this game, just specifically about Stone Shard. I've just kind of never felt the need or desire to actually put the time into making a video about why I think a game is bad. Just haven't done it yet. Maybe I'll do it eventually. I just don't think anybody will watch it. I think that game's terrible. It's just really fucking bad. It's maybe the worst example of that type of game I've ever seen. Which is a shame, because it looks beautiful. But yeah, I streamed it when it first released, and I've checked in on it periodically. It's garbage. Slow, grindy, unnecessarily poorly balanced, bad level generation, uninteresting enemies, not good loot variety. Yeah, there's lots of pixel variety, but the actual variety isn't that good. Stats aren't that interesting. Spells aren't that interesting. It's just like a worse version of any open world roguelike I've played in the last 2 decades. But like without, you know, interesting mechanics. They like screwed themselves over by using Game Maker, from what I can tell. I don't care. Anyway, that's what I think of Stone Shard. I have zero interest in playing it. I would rather just play a good game instead of encouraging people to buy a bad game. Why what, Aeronamo? I also tried really fucking hard to like Stone Shard, Bob. The team of enthusiasts should just go mod a good game. Or make their own game. Snatchers! Protect the childs! I don't think any of the kids are outside at the moment either. Didn't get anything. And you're getting turned into, pulp by this dwarf. You should really go get, like, a weapon there, dwarf. Just gonna get rid of this goblin eventually. Just remember that the only reason that game sold as well as it did is people thought it was Stardew Valley. And everybody who owned it was given a anybody who owned Darkest Dungeon was given a 50% off coupon when it released. And because Steam used to have a thing where you could just give coupons to people with similar games. So the way that happened was anybody who had a coupon or anybody who owned Darkest Dungeon was immediately basically given a like $8 copy of Stone Shard, which made it trend like fucking crazy. And this wasn't something that like the developers of Darkest Dungeon did or allowed. It was just a feature that Steam actually got rid of shortly after that happened. I like to think it's because of that. And because their quote-unquote prologue is like 2.5 hours long, really well written and kind of fun to play through with pretty good progression and neat level design. By the time you get through it and you actually get into the real game and you realize that you've been duped, you can't refund the game anymore. And for most people who bought it, they only paid $8 for it because they got a 50% off coupon with Darkest Dungeon. So it trended like fucking insanity. Bunch of people bought it, but like I largely am of the opinion that that game isn't worth the success that it got. It was some smart marketing and clever timing and abusing of some features that Steam had that needed to be abused. Well, I mean, one of my favorite things about Darkest Dungeon is something a streamer friend of mine, Cat on Mars, once said, which is Darkest Dungeon is just a weeaboo dungeon crawler with the weeaboo shaved off with an edgy theme that appeals to Western kids. Like, it's literally just like a J dungeon crawler in a genre of dungeon crawlers that have existed for a very long time, but like with all of the anime carved off, which I think is a really funny take because it's absolutely true. Okay, we're in combat with something. Oh, are we getting attacked by storks again? Fear. Fear the stork! But yeah, that's the only reason that game did as well as it did. No, I would much rather, if I'm going to stream a roguelike, I would much rather stream a roguelike, one, that I enjoy, and two, that is actually a roguelike that is a good example of the genre so that other people don't have bad first impressions of the genre. That's why I have no interest in covering Stone Shard. Like, if you want to play a roguelike, like, that's open world and interesting, go play CDDA. Or, like, if you want something that's a little bit less survivally, go play Caves of Cud. Or one of many other games. If you want a really deep RPG with interesting progression, go play, like, Tome or Caves of Cud even. If you want something that's a bit more directed, play, like a Cogmind or something else in that nature. We got Human Merchants again. Like, you know, it's just, there's a lot of games out there, and there's a lot of very good games out there. It's just, I think a lot of people, that's the one that has sold really well, but, like, has never really had great reviews. And I think it's, people don't really realize that there's better alternatives out there. At least, in my experience. I appear to have lost all of my iron picks. Ever try Rogue Legacy? I'm not a big fan of run-based platformers, so no. I played a little bit of it, bounced off of it, almost as fast as I got into it. That was kind of a game that was never going to be for me. Which is fine. No issues with that there. Also got 2 ghosts up and about now. Moreb's been taken by a Fey Mood. Okay, now all I need to do is check the power. That needs 440 power. That's generating more than enough. That's annoying. Oh well. Let's build flooring there. I'm never going to revisit Soul Ash 2 because the developer of that game is a crazy person on social media and I don't want to promote his video game. Must have bones. Lots of bones. Is that all you need is just bones? But no, I will never revisit that game. I've also unlisted all of the stuff I did do for that game and I kind of regret platforming him at this point. And if there's still any VODs of that public on any of my channels, I should go get rid of them. Comes a strange mood. What do I think of Noida? I'm legally blind and that game can kill you with a single pixel, so I find it quite frustrating to play. But it's very visually appealing to watch. Basically, like, if it's an action game that requires extreme precision and, like, pixel-perfect movement, I usually just won't play it. Just by default, because it's almost always the case that I won't be able to see well enough to actually enjoy it. But I like the idea of Noida. It seems like a really cool game. Is he? Yeah. He's, like, He had a mini temper tantrum because like 4 people asked him to add same-sex marriage into the game, and instead of being a normal person and just saying no, he went on a rampage about how people were review bombing his game because 3 people left negative reviews. And then the entirety of like the weirdo, like pseudo right-wing Twitter, like glomped onto him and bought his game, and he's now just like a crazy person who's still screaming about how people don't like to discuss politics in their video games, which in reality is just like, you're allowed to not agree, you're allowed to not put same-sex marriage in your game, but just say no and then accept the 3 or 4 bad reviews you get over it. I'd still cover his game if that was the case, but no, he's like still mad about it. It's kind of funny, actually. Also extremely sad because like it's, you know, hope he's okay. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, my chief medical dwarf, devoted mortal, has been elected mayor. I mean, if you own his game, enjoy it, play it, do what you want to do with it. I don't feel comfortable platforming a person like that. Like, you can disagree with me on politics, but if your like response to humans asking a reasonable question is to just attack people, then like, yeah, I don't want to promote your product. Sorry. You had an opportunity which was very simple, and all you had to do was just say, no, I won't do that. Like genuinely. That's all. I mean, that's the case of literally every single skill-based knowledge or knowledge-based game I think I've ever played, Vigilant. Like, once you kind of figure out what needs doing, it stops being so difficult. So we're about to turn this sucker on. Who's ready? He could have also not added it, Serious Cat 69, and then, like, made it a thing that someone could mod in if they wanted. That would probably have been the best result. He could have made the game that he wanted to make in the way he wanted to make it, and also, you know, let people mod it in, but instead he, like, intentionally made it hard. I don't know, it's just a fucking weird person. I don't really want to talk about it because it just makes the chat icky, but time for friends to be gone. Actually, I'm kind of curious to know how much it drops. Moreb has created a giant wild boar bone amulet named Ziralef Bust. I think that's going to be a gift for my newly elected Mayhor. And also, they're going to get that cape. Alrighty, Mayor Bobby B. Go grab us the thingamajig. After you're done conducting 15 meetings in a row. He's eager after being elected, though, so that's good. I mean, honestly, that's just a sign of a successful game. So crates. They just said that there's a lot of mods that add the anime back into Darkest Dungeon. Road, you really wanted to find out what exactly happened? You grabbed the game after your VOD, honestly. I know, that's why I feel kind of bad and why I just don't talk about it, but... Yeah, no, I mean, that's completely fair. I mean, it feels weird from my perspective because it's like... It's a game that I liked. I liked that first game. It had a lot of problems. Far from perfect. But I liked it. I liked the second game's idea. Also had a lot of problems and had a lot of work that needed doing, but I liked the idea. But, you know, if you sometimes just have to, like, teach people that you have to be a decent person to be around, you know? Then, like, having people say, this person has really questionable ideas of how other humans can exist around them that don't affect them, and then that person's response is to then just go and, like, dox every single moderator on Reddit you can find. Like, yeah, I'm good. Hard pass. So this is the process completed. Actually, this hasn't changed my frame rate at all, which is wild. I was kind of expecting this to hurt my frame rate, but nope. Oh, hey, look, Oh, man, could I catch Poutine? Oh, no, Poutine's drowning! No! Poutine, why? Uh-oh. Furnace operator's been found dead, dehydrated. Oh, that was the one that made the artifact. Poutine, why? Please don't drown! I'm so sorry! I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it! How the sponge drowns? Sponge need water to breathe. With no water, sponge can't breathe. That's how. I'm so sorry. Giant sponge. Rip giant sponge. I killed him. My delicious fries. Well, that was an unintended consequence. People would literally line up to have a meeting. Would be nice. I would love if people would literally line up to have for a meeting. Yeah, I mean, at least they made the code more consistent about it recently. Yeah, this is shocking. I was expecting this to wreck my frame rate. Hasn't done anything. FPS is exactly the same. Identical. Ah, what the fuck? Oh, right. Did you guys see that? That big geyser of water all of a sudden? It's because these ran out of power. Oh, there it goes again. I think what I should really do is just focus on this end over on this side. And not worry about this side. Just try and block off this side. What have you tuned into? Nonsense. As per usual, some migrants have arrived. I have a secondary plan. Let's just do that. What if I... What if I just made a bunch of windmills? Just as like a backup power source. Because that needs what? 440 power? Yeah, that's not much. Poutine Jr.? Do I have another one? I think they're both named. Yeah, the other one is named Lemon Field. Here, we'll do this. There you go. It is a Poutine Jr. It's also upstream, so it won't have any problems. They've always filtered? What? Where'd that question come from? What makes you think that? What? What happened to Laya? Somebody must have gone into the water. I genuinely don't even know what happened. What are you decontaminating in the first place? Like, if you're talking about desalinating water, yeah, pumps still desalinate water. They've never stopped doing that. I have a question, Aranamo. What are you trying to decontaminate from it? And how are you checking? Saltwater? Okay. Is it touching a aquifer at any point? Is it touching anything at any point? I have genuinely no fucking clue. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. These are dwarves that have been dead for a bit and were missing previously. Okay. Because, like, literally I've done that and it works. I would suggest just using an aquifer. But I don't know. Like, maybe something's changed since the last time I did that, but I find that hard to believe. That seems very unlikely. What are we building? A dam! I'm pretending I'm playing Timberborn. It should be pretty obvious what I'm building, to be honest. The problem is there's giant birds attacking me constantly. Then why did you laugh, someone over there? That is true, Shitterish. It's not funny, it's punny. Yeah, this is going to be tough. I should have put these on opposite sides. I feel like I always do this. I kind of figured there'd be enough water coming out of there, but there just isn't. I don't really feel like rebuilding that right now. Water is gonna get used more in the next update. I mean, it just gets used more if you play the game a lot. That's really all it is. It's like if you use a lot of water and lava, it's probably because you play the game a lot. At least that's been my feeling for quite some time. Yay! This is gonna be chaos. Let's permit it. The amount of, like, pathing cancellation that's about to happen is gonna be unfucking real. But let's see if we can get any building done. Look at this lovely spot that this child is playing make-believe. It's so wholesome. It's like these dwarves are just getting hit by geysers constantly. Are you just like... Okay, what's happening here? You're just repeatedly winded constantly? Drowning, winded, drowning, winded, drowning. You know, actually, I'm... Maybe... Okay, we'll just say that I'm doing this intentionally. I'm training these dwarves to swim. That's what I'm doing. I'm teaching these dwarves to swim. And, should probably tell them to get out of this river. However, has anybody left with anything? That's the actual question. I mean, they're trying. Nobody's drowned yet, I don't think. Did the baby... What do you mean the baby did? No, they didn't. I accidentally made a wave pool. I guess kind of. I mean, I could also extend this. And maybe it'll generate more power more consistently? They're also just like running north now. Before freaking out and then running back. Because they are somehow in an existing conflict. Oh, you got something. You got Zulban's skeleton. That's good. I'm just trying to get these bodies out of here. That's really all we're doing. That is the utmost priority here. You're trying to pick up equipment. This... I wouldn't... At least you, like, took off your clothes so that they don't all get wet, but, like, how's your swimming skills doing? Necron, you're a dabbling swimmer? You're gonna have to learn faster than that. Hey, look, you got a new shirt. I'm so proud of you. Could we, like, get the bodies into tombs, though? Maybe? Maybe? It's a good thing the water never freezes, hey? How's your swimming? Dabbling. I seem to be a babbling swimmer. Got more dabbling swimmers up in here? Mm-hmm. Well, Maybe I should just let this run for a bit, you know? Because I do think chat's kind of right. I have kind of accidentally made a dwarven wave pool. It's also slowly getting shallower. Which means, like, in theory, it's getting safer? I say in theory with big fucking air quotes here. I mean, there's apparently more armor available. There's, like, this dwarf running around picking up equipment. I will pretend that I did all of this intentionally, but this actually might be a very legitimately decent way to train dwarves in swimming. And sometimes they get prizes. And sometimes that prize is the skeleton of a sparrow woman that you then drop because you get hit by a geyser. And sometimes that prize is a new pickaxe or like a log. Uh-oh. Oh, sweet. And this is the result. We're even getting rid of the ghosts. So there's a positive incentive. And there's a friendly mace man on the map? What? Who the fuck are you? Weird. That's kind of sus. This is like somewhere between a dwarven claw machine and a dwarven wave pool. Anyway, I've created a right mess, haven't I? I think it's safe to say this is kind of fucked, but also kind of amazing. So we're gonna have to do some more science with this. Especially considering I could practically dam it up here now. Which, like, you know, it actually isn't that useful, but yeah. I mean, so many dwarves are learning to swim here. Like, if I just let this run for a bit, they will eventually probably get rid of most of it. Eventually. What the fuck are you looking at? I'm playing Timberborn. Don't ask. Like, probably. Good question. I guess I'm trying to figure that out myself at the moment. A lot of dwarves constantly drowning, but also learning very rapidly exactly how to swim. I mean, basically everybody down here is immediately a dabbling swimmer. Or better, like this dwarf's a novice at it. Which, like, may be important. Like, this dwarf's a novice swimmer. How often do you see that? They're also, like, rapidly getting traumatized. Are you near a waterfall? That dwarf may have learned to swim previously, but... Or maybe they're rusty because they swam? They sat in the water too long and they got rusty. It's all the iron in their blood.
Evening.
Evening. How are you doing, Amber? Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 15th month. This is going to be a pain in the butt, but we'll try. We will try. I mean, the dwarves seem to be getting better-ish at occupying the water. And I can just periodically go through here and unforbid all of these tasks. I'm not going to worry about using valuable materials like glass to do this. Because that would also, like... Maybe I'll make a bridge or something out of glass with this. Eventually. I think right now the priority actually is just... get this fucking thing done. As all of them get suspended. I mean, that's fair. I'm not too surprised. Oh, hey, one of them isn't. That's wild. Probably just the two that haven't walked into the water yet. Oh, nope, there it goes. Like, the way it seems to be going is, like, it spends a while draining, and then there's a bunch of big whooshes, and they tend to all kind of happen pretty much at the same time. Or maybe what I could do, theoretically, is I could pause this for a little bit and hopefully not drown anybody. That is part of the hope here. And then it should turn off. Then the water go whoosh. And then the dwarves will go, oh god, what am I doing? And then I go, yeah. No, the issue is not the I don't know why you're saying geysers, but these aren't getting enough water. I was hoping they would get enough water from the waterfall, but I should have done this inverted. The difference is these act as a wall and these don't, so I can't really defend these as easily. So now I've got all of this stuff getting pushed away, which is fine. So all of these dwarves down here in the river, which is also fine, I guess. Then I just need a dwarf to come over here and give this a tug. There's just dead ducks everywhere. Wander around. Shh. I wasn't looking at the population, so what I don't know can't hurt me. And then go down here and then get rid of all these. Also, it was this dwarf, right? Yep, Kage Narad round. I'll find them in a second. Let's see how you do, dwarf. Yep, found him. Yeah, this is going to be a pain in the dick to do. I need to very seriously rebuild this, but chat room, I've already gone like 35 minutes later than I was planning to today. I just kind of wanted to turn this on, and then it got funny, and I had to see how badly it was going to go. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wind down for the day. I do have to say, though, a real quick thank you to everybody who tuned in, though. It's been fun. This has been exceptionally silly. We've been fighting off hordes of... The giantess Bastsan has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Thanks for the $10, Letterin. Appreciate you.
Letterin cheered.
That may have just barely pushed me over the daily minimum. It's killed one thing once. It carries the secrets of life and death, and it has no family. Next time on Dwarf Fortress, we'll figure out what the fuck happens now. I do actually have to go. I'm late for something I would like to go to. It started 10 minutes ago, so. Thanks for watching. I'll be live tomorrow at the normal time on the normal place on the normal channels. Channels? Channel. Yes. All that. Not quite yet. We are going to raid somebody, so don't just run off. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. Thank you much for watching. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow.